Welcome, everyone, to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. We've got several videos to go over today about the old Nick Reiner situation, and there seems to be some people that are starting to think that he might actually get away with this and be considered not guilty, perhaps by reason of insanity, right? So there's several podcasts that are kind of leaning in that direction, and we're going to go over them and break it down and see if we agree with what their assessment is. And also, I want to thank everyone who is new, who's been watching the channel here. There's a lot of new people as of late. And I'm also grateful that the people that have been here, such as Phil Bradley here, while I talked a lot about narcissism and toxic relationships before, they're still here. They're still here as I talk about more current events and crime stuff. And I think that's pretty cool. I like that. Because after a while, I like being able to apply the things I've learned in the past about toxic relationships, dysfunctional families, etc., and apply it to current events. Because I think in reality, that is where it is the most important, the application of the present. Because we learn from what we went through, but in terms of current events and what's going on now, the present is what matters, let me tell you. So let's jump into this here. This is a Two Angry Men podcast. So that's Harvey there from TMZ. And let's see what they have to say about things.
So Mark, bottom line it. If Nick Reiner pleads not guilty by reason of insanity, does the jury buy it?
Oh, I think they not only buy it, I think it's probably closer to the truth than anything else in this case.
I mean, did you hear that? Not only will the jury buy NGI, but it's the closest thing to the truth. I mean, let's just say Jared has his prosecution hat on right now, and I have my doubts. But let's see. Let's hear out their case.
Welcome to the Two Angry Men podcast. So Mark, we have a documentary that just dropped on Hulu. And it's about Nick Reiner, and it's about the Reiner murders. And we know that Nick Reiner is fully aware that he killed his parents. But he thinks that the reason he's in jail is some conspiracy against him. This is how delusional he is right now. And all of this traces back to something we found out about his mental illness.
Conspiracy against him, right? So this can be several things. Now let's go over this here too. Paranoia can absolutely be a part of narcissism, can absolutely be a part of antisocial personality disorder. And there are people that want it to be whatever 5 is. So not just the dark tetrad, but the dark 5. And they want to add paranoia to it. The other 4 are sadism, Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy. Those are the dark tetrad. But some people want to add paranoia to the list of the dark 5. That, to me, would not equal not guilty by insanity. Now, that being said, a schizoaffective disorder, there can be people that certainly have delusions with that disorder. So that's probably the angle they're going for with this, but let's see.
And then it gives rise to what could eventually become his defense to murder, which is not guilty by reason of insanity. So let me tell you what we know.
Wait, can we also talk about the fact that you and I vehemently disagree? But go on. How's that?
I don't think we do.
Okay.
I don't think we do. I think both of us agree that right now he's incompetent to stand trial, right?
Okay. Yes, we have come full circle. Right now.
No.
Because on our previous episodes we've argued about this, and if Alan had stayed on, I think he would have declared a doubt. In fact, I know he would have declared a doubt.
Well, he wouldn't have. Nick Reiner is not ready to stand trial. He is incompetent to stand trial. There's no doubt about it.
What's their evidence of that? What's their proof of that? Because he said he's delusional, or he appears to be delusional? I mean, are we just going to take their word for it? I don't know any facts to back up these claims. And these guys, man, they sound like they're paid from the defense. Honestly, they sound like flying monkeys of Alan Jackson when he was the attorney, and now he's not. But they still sound like flying monkeys that are kind of subscribed and on their team.
And it just,
by the way, the public defender never would have continued this case for 6 weeks, absent the fact that one close encounter, reveals this guy is not competent almost as a matter of law.
yeah, he's not. What's a close encounter?
Yeah.
What's a close?
Meaning what all you got to do is go into the lockup in Department 30 where he is.
What happened?
And you can see that. I mean,
what happened?
The encounter was in the lockup in Department 30, and it was apparent he's not competent. I've been there, done that.
Yeah, like I said, he is under this delusion that this is a conspiracy that has him in a jail. He doesn't understand that. So we'll get into it in a minute, but let me just tell you what we found out. So, he went to rehab 18 times.
So he thinks it's a conspiracy while he's in jail. I mean, could it be an act? Could it be an act? I think that's certainly something you can't rule out. The only person who would really, and it's hard, it can be tough to know what's an act. What's an example of this? The movie Primal Fear with Edward Norton and Richard Gere. Now, that guy, I'm not sure what the official diagnosis of that was, if that was considered a dual or split personality. But if you haven't seen that movie, it's actually pretty cool. It's actually a pretty interesting movie with I kind of spoiled it, but it's pretty cool.
And there are a lot of issues about whether these rehab facilities handled him properly. These 30-day programs where they pay a fortune, you're in and you're out, didn't work. But he had
drive-through rehab, as I like to call it.
So around 2020, he was diagnosed with a very serious mental illness. It's called schizoaffective disorder. And it has schizophrenia-like symptoms, including hallucinations, delusions, also severe mood disorders, including mania and severe depression. So doctors put him on meds for this disease, this schizoaffective disorder.
And the point was 2020.
Around 2020. So for 5 years, he's been on meds. When we're leading up to what ended up happening on December 13th, he was doing fine on the meds. He was fine. And I mean, I don't want to say fine because he had all sorts of problems, but the meds were keeping the schizoaffective disorder in check. A month or so before the murders, the doctors changed the meds and it sent him on a spiral. Rob and Michelle saw it. They saw him getting dangerous and erratic. They talked to people about it. They did not know what to do about it, but these meds were off and he was spiraling out of control to a point where he literally broke with reality. And
so the question would be this: if he was stable for 5 years on meds, why would they switch meds? Why would they switch meds? Now, a reason might be if there's certain side effects of those meds, that sexual side effects, weight gain, or they just want to feel more. Those are usually the common complaints of people that are on antipsychotics or mood stabilizers. But that being said, if you were stabilized for 5 years and the new med change isn't going well, probably time to go back on the previous meds, right?
Then you have December 13th when he slaughtered his parents. This wasn't just a stabbing. It was carnage. And we now know, I got to tell you, we worked for a week to find out why the meds were changed. And we were asking people who we were using as sources in the documentary, and they wouldn't tell us. They said, you're just going to be stunned when you hear why. And we couldn't find out. They wouldn't tell us. They wouldn't tell us. And we just found out why the doctors changed the meds.
Yeah, and it's
weight gain. It's weight gain, that he was complaining that he had gained weight.
What did the wizard just tell you? Weight gain. Let's see. I know my med side effects.
So the doctors accommodated him by changing the meds, which literally created a spiral into this tragedy. And
By
that's
the way, which is not, it's I know people hear this and it blows their mind. I cannot tell you how many times that with either schizophrenia or the affective disorder, any of the related, there's subcategories underneath, where the complaint always is, it slowed me down. I feel like I'm in a gray area. I feel like I'm in a fog.
Yep.
Weight gain is one of the things I've heard, especially
sexual
now, given
dysfunction and weight gain.
exactly.
Those are the two things. And it was weight gain.
Stop sexual dysfunction and weight gain. I know what I'm talking about here. So, but this is the other thing. All of this should be taken with a grain of salt. All of this. Where is this coming from? Is this coming from what Alan Jackson knew before? I mean, that's a perfectly normal and reasonable question to ask. Where is this coming from? How do they learn all that? Where are they learning all this from?
And, look, it's going to be for others to decide, was this really bad judgment to change his meds when he was doing okay? That's for another day. But let's talk about, look, right now, you and I both agree. He's clearly not competent to stand trial.
There is no way in his present state.
Right.
And this is.
They're like leading the witness here. If I was the prosecutor in the courtroom and this is in front of a judge, I would say, what do they say in the courtroom? They would say, objection, Your Honor, leading the witness.
Is not for those say, you're a defense lawyer, you're hearing this from the defense. No, I'm telling you, he is and was or has been in Twin Towers. Twin Towers has got sections, if you will, modules, if you will, of to where they put people. Basically, they do triage there in the jail. And where he was a recognition beyond almost any doubt by sheriff's personnel that this is somebody who is completely untethered.
Yep. And that's my recon too. But I also know that the meds...
Recon plus no sources equals pure speculation. That's how we should all consider it. Pure speculation.
Still aren't right. That they have not stabilized him in any way. But eventually they're going to figure that out and they're going to stabilize him. And eventually he will become competent. Not today, not next week, but eventually. So let's
By the way, whoever your sources are, only because they confirm everything that I've heard as well, are spot on. And let me just make one prediction, because maybe this...
How does he know they're spot on?
This is where we disagree. The Twin Towers, which is where he's housed, which is LA County Jail,
right?
They do and I'm not one to always compliment law enforcement, but I will tell you that they do a yeoman-like job with something that should not be their primary duty, which is dealing with mental health and people who are in the throes of mental health. The problem is that they are not equipped like Atascadero, which is one of the lockdown mental health facilities. I'm not so sure that what unfolds here isn't that at some point a judge at 95, Department 95, which is the mental health court, which is where he will be referred to when the PD enters a doubt as to his competency to litigate all of that. If he gets sent to Atascadero, I agree with you. He is going to get, at some point, they're going to figure it out. They're going to get him. They're going to get that competency back. But the endless cycle that we're going to be on is every time he gets returned to LA County Jail, he's going to disintegrate again. And we're going to be in this endless cycle for years and years. That's where you and I probably disagree.
Listen, you may be right, but let's just, for now, make an assumption. At some point, he may be competent to stand trial. If and when that happens, I know when Alan Jackson went before the microphones after he withdrew, he said, let me make this clear. Nick Reiner is not guilty, and you can print that. And what he's talking about is not guilty by reason of insanity. And in the documentary, we spend a lot of time talking about this plea. He can't just,
Now, to note, this is going to be interesting too, but there's the doctor that speaks out against psych meds. What the heck's that guy's name? I can't believe I'm forgetting it right now, but someone in the chat remind me. Him, Dr. So-and-so, he was actually a guest on TMZ's show, and they talked about it a little bit, which is interesting. It's kind of a weird pairing to me. I wouldn't have thought that guy would go on TMZ because I like that guy.
pleads not guilty, it's ridiculous because he did it. He talks about doing it. He knows he did it. There is a mountain of evidence showing he did it. So the DA is not going to plea bargain this case. The way he came out hot and said this jury is going to find him guilty of first-degree murder unanimously, you know as well as I do that Nathan Hochman is not going to plea bargain this. So it's going to go.
He's never going to plea bargain. By the way, he also assigned, and you saw at the press conference,
Dr. Joseph. Dr. Joseph is who I'm thinking of. And Dr. Joseph was just on this TMZ documentary he just referenced, which again, I like Dr. Joseph. It's just an interesting teaming, I would say.
It's right to his left, right as we're viewing it, was Habib Balian, who was assigned to this case.
So
that's actually who will be in the court. And you're right about that as well, that if it was a not guilty, this would be one of the quickest deliberations of all time.
For sure. So it's going to be not guilty by reason of insanity. So I've spent a lot of time in the last 2 weeks looking at this defense. And I got to tell you, there's a case that we found in Canada, and this is in the documentary, which by the way is on Hulu right now. And in this,
which by the way, I took a look at I'm not blowing smoke, but it's well worth the time if you're interested in this case.
Thank you. So we found.
And shout out to Anakin, who tells me he was kind of the shepherding arm and behind it. So
what?
Shout out, yeah. Anakin told me that
my assistant said that.
Your assistant basically put it together.
Can you guys get Anakin to come into the room here, please? We need Anakin for a minute, okay? We'll get into that. So not guilty by reason of insanity. There is a case in Canada involving a guy named David Carmichael. David Carmichael took his 11-year-old son to a hotel room and strangled him to death. Put him on the bed, kissed his lips, watched television for 6 hours, and then called the police and said, I just killed my son. And he knew what he had done was legally wrong. He felt it was morally wrong that he had to do that to save him, and that he knew he was going to go to prison for the rest of his life. He had been on an antipsychotic drug like Nick Reiner, and they had a 3-day trial. And in the end, the judge, the prosecutor, and obviously David Carmichael all agreed that he was out of his head when he did this. And they found him not guilty by reason of insanity. He spent a year in a mental institution, then outpatient. He is now back with his family. They have forgiven him because they understand what happened. And that's a hard pill to swallow. But that case seems to align.
And so here's the thing. As far as I know, TMZ is the only one saying these things, and everyone's getting it from TMZ because TMZ positioned themselves in the beginning as, we're the go-to guys. We have special, unique information that no one else has. So they've positioned themselves as that. And here they are saying this, that Nick doesn't know why he's in jail. Personally, my opinion on the matter is, I think this is just a tactic to avoid accountability. That's all. That's what I think it is. Now, I reserve the right to be wrong or change my mind if different facts come out, but that's how I see it right now.
With the Nick Reiner case, based on the various components. What I'm saying is that defense could work.
Oh, I have no doubt that the defense could work. And if you want to know, the truth, it probably aligns very neatly with the facts in this case. And I know that that is hard for a lot of people to stomach.
Yeah.
But there's a lot going on here, and I don't know how much we want to talk about it. But what you just talked about, Alan forcefully at that press conference saying he was not guilty, and he didn't say not guilty by reason of insanity, because
Right.
I don't think I think at that point on the way out the door that the valor was the better part of discretion. However, you will also know that Alan seemed incredibly frustrated or angry. And I've known Alan for many, many years. And I saw that press conference, and he was very, very fired up, angry, in my opinion. And
I think he wanted the case because he actually, I believe, believes in this defense.
I think that's exactly right. I don't think there's any doubt that he was not only wanted the case, but had already bonded and was invested in the case. The way he talked about the client, the way he was obviously angry that he could not proceed. And I'm knowing Alan, and I know, like I said, I've known him for a long time. It would be hard for me to believe that in the time period from when he continued the arraignment to when he withdrew on, or the court allowed him to withdraw on January 7th, I would bet you that he was working 24/7 with the finest experts in the world, psychiatric experts in the world, and that he was constructing and delving into and exploring the defense, to your point.
And again, it sounds like Alan Jackson and this guy had a meeting and they're saying the same exact things. That's exactly what Alan Jackson said when he stepped down. Everyone that's been on the case with me, we've been working on this 24/7 the entire time. But in reality, it's probably just a financial matter. And he's not going to bad talk Nick out the door. So he's going to make this show and this theatrical performance of print that, he's not guilty, print that. But again, he's not going to say, oh, by the way, I don't think I can win this case. He's guilty. Good luck, public defender. He's not going to say that. So he made a show out of it because he's a showman.
Of an NGI, and not guilty by reason of insanity.
And so, that then leads us to the public defender, that a public defender has been appointed. I don't think a public defender is going to be long for the case. I think they're going to bring in another lawyer because, listen, public defenders are really good, but what they don't have are resources. And if you have a case like this and you're...
So here's another good point. So I do think it is possible that psych med changes, depending on the person, might make someone act extremely erratically, maybe violently. It's not impossible. Not impossible. It's something that it can happen. I just don't think that's what's happening here. Why do I think that? Well, we've examined his behavior since he was a kid. We've broke down hours and hours and hours of podcasts, other people talking about it. And that's just the vibe that I get. The vibe that I get, there's more character disturbance, personality disorder type stuff going on there. And most importantly, perhaps impaired empathy / a lack of empathy. When you have that going on, anything's possible. I would say the impaired empathy is more of a prerequisite to violence than any kind of med change a lot of times. Again, it's possible with med change, but the impaired empathy part, that's the part that matters. The character disordered part, that's the part that matters.
To plead not guilty by reason of insanity, NGI, then you have to call a battery of experts. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars. PD's office doesn't have the resources.
Well, this is what normally would happen. The PD's office, and I often extol their virtues. I think it's the most thankless yet probably vital job in the criminal justice system, more so than prosecutors. Nobody's writing thank yous or cheering for the public defender. The public defender, as I said, it's a thankless job, but it's the most important job in the system to make the system work. They have a unique experience in Department 95 where a lot of the battles are going to be fought in this case. And there's going to be a lot of court-appointed experts, not just by the public defender, but by the DA's office. So somebody like Habib Balian is going to be going to the court and asking for court appointments off of a panel list, what's called a 987 list of court-appointed, vetted experts who can evaluate and interview and render an opinion to the LA Superior Court judge who's going to be making the decision on competency and later on NGI.
Well, the judge is not going to decide.
And generally speaking, I just think there's too much awareness going on for it to truly be NGI. If you're truly insane and don't know the nature of what's going on, because those are the two versions of it, right? You have to not know the nature and you must not know if it's right or wrong. Like it has to be one of those two. I don't think anything he's done fits into either. I think he knew it was right or wrong. And I think part of it is he knew also the nature of what he did and did it twice, not just once, twice, two people, mom and dad. So all of this awareness, possibly booking that hotel room before, doesn't speak to an NGI, if you ask me. That does not speak to not guilty by reason of insanity.
NGI, it's going to be a jury.
The judge will decide certain aspects, number one, of competency. The judge will have to be the one who decides, is he competent?
Right.
Do I let him right now enter a plea, or do I say, no, this case is going to be
I agree with you. What I'm saying is once he's deemed competent, he can plead guilty, not guilty by reason of insanity, and that's a jury question.
Correct. But in the interim, as one of the way stations, so to speak, is the prosecutor is going to ask that experts be appointed and experts examine Nick Reiner.
To determine competency.
Well, not just competency. They get to, once you put at issue the not guilty, the NGI, prosecutors got a whole litany of things that they can ask. They get to.
Which makes me think, why is TMZ so on the defense side here? Why are they so much on Nick Reiner's side anyway? Is it just because of their relationship with defense lawyers? Is it because of their relationship with Alan Jackson? Is it something specific to this case? Is it just because that's what's going to help them get views and be profitable? Like, what do you think it is, chat?
Engage with the defendant. Well, they get to engage with Nick Reiner
let me stop
prior to ever getting to a jury.
So let me stop you. If somebody has a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, how does a prosecutor have any right to talk to the defendant?
They have an absolute right, as determined by California law, within certain parameters, within certain contours, of being able to engage, having their experts engage,
having the
with
experts,
Nick Reiner.
having the experts evaluate Nick Reiner.
Correct.
They will have no contact with Nick Reiner, no direct contact.
Well, I would not be surprised if you see prosecutors having a role in the evaluation. I would not surprise me in the least. That'll be some of the skirmishes that we will see as coming attraction.
I mean, at a point that becomes self-incrimination or the right against.
Correct. Because, by the way, not guilty by reason of insanity is to at some point understand what it is. I may have done this act, but I did this act under the influence, so to speak, of this mental disease or defect or this condition that I was in, or the other interest.
You need to have a pretty solid case for that, because if not, anyone could try to say that, like, oh, I did this because of my personality disorder. I've done this because of this. It's like, no, you got to watch. Like, you truly have to be the insane variety. It's not just mental illness. I don't think mental illness is enough. Because, I mean, look at jail. You look at jail, you look at prison. What's the percentage of people there that are mentally ill or have a personality disorder? 90-something%, right? So there has to be consequences. I mean, only in the rare cases. Although someone did send me this the other day that apparently 25% of NGI cases actually succeed. That number surprised me.
Interesting aspect of this is you and I talked, I don't know, 3 episodes ago about this idea of voluntary intoxication.
Right.
What we're talking about here and what you've done kind of yeoman's work with, or actually Anakin has on the documentary.
Anakin, come over here now. He's here. We're going to stop right now. Dude, we're going to stop right here. Anakin, come over here.
Anakin, Anakin, just remember, I do employment litigation, so remember that.
Yeah, well, Anakin's not going to sue. So Anakin, so Mark is saying that you have done yeoman's work in putting this documentary together. So what exactly did you tell Mark about how you framed this documentary?
Anakin, how are you? And I'm sorry, Anakin, I feel bad that I put you in this position. I was just trying to let you take a victory lap on this because Harvey gives you no love.
Is that right? Who got a free hamburger?
I got a free hamburger today. That's true.
Yes,
I got a free hamburger. He's giving me breakfast.
Who gave you breakfast?
And that's a good point, George, is that, our justice system is much more punitive, not about rehabilitation. That being said, it really depends, right? Each individual person might need something different. And then the other problem is what might actually help someone is not necessarily what that person even wants. So it just makes it difficult. It makes it difficult to help them. Now, in other countries, I think Sweden, for example, what do they call those countries? The Finnish countries, Nordic, that's what they're called. The Nordic countries, they're much more rehabilitation minded, and they do have a lesser crime rate. Now they got different things going on over there too, which they are different variables, right? So I think sometimes the punitive measures are helpful for maybe low-level drug offenders. Maybe they get sick and tired of being sick and tired. Some little consequences help them turn it around. As far as other stuff goes, I think some other stuff, they need deep, intensive therapy, not necessarily many years of jail. But again, it depends. It depends on what they did.
It's really good care of me.
Okay. So how did Mark reach the conclusion that you shepherded the documentary?
Oh, I think he just, he invented it.
Oh my God. That's okay, Anakin. Whatever it takes to kind of mollify.
And by the way, I'm not saying
Harvey.
me. I'm saying there's a whole team. We have, a lot of people. We have a lot of people who worked on this documentary.
Anakin worked more than his usual banker's hours on this. 5 years old. I think that was one of the, they had long struggled with this and categorizing it, so to speak. But the change in medication has some history in jurisprudence at being used. And there are other examples of other cases. People who are watching this will see it in the comments. We'll remind people who are watching this that there are other cases where a change in medication, it may be voluntarily ingested, but it's an unknowing, and it reduces the character of the voluntariness because it's the medication change that was not calibrated correctly or was not assessed after the fact correctly. That could be the kind of the Kickstarter in this chain of causation, of this horrible chain of causation.
So there is a common misconception about not guilty by reason of insanity. People think in order to prove that to a jury, you have to show that the defendant did not know the difference between right and wrong. That is a way of proving it, but it's not the only.
And this is what we went over the other day and what I just mentioned earlier in the chat. Not knowing the nature of it, of what you did, is the other way
of proving it. That somebody can know the difference between right and wrong, but if they don't understand the character and quality of what they've done, that in itself could lead to a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity. I'll give you an example. David Carmichael, the guy that I just mentioned who strangled his son, he knew that it was legally wrong to strangle his son. He told me this. He knew it was wrong. He thought morally it was the right thing to do. He also called the police because he knew it was.
I mean, and this is the question I would be asking as a follow-up. What's the difference between not knowing the quality and nature of it versus right or wrong? Like, what is the difference between the two?
Was wrong and felt he was going to go to prison because he knew it was wrong. Yet he was found not guilty by reason of insanity because the antipsychotic meds that he was taking had put him in a state where he could not evaluate the quality and character of what he had done. So people who think, oh no, Nick knew it was wrong because he fled to.
So what are the signs of someone that cannot identify the quality and character of what they have done? What are they saying that is? They just don't, they recognize this right or wrong, but how can you tell if someone doesn't understand the quality and character of what they have done? How do you prove that? I still am not clear on that.
A hotel, and the murder weapon, we're told, has not yet been found, so he must have hidden the knife somewhere, and that shows he knew. That doesn't mean the defense is not available.
I mean, it's brilliant the way you just framed it, because you also captured, whether knowingly or unknowingly, the insidious nature of what is happening. Part of the reason that Alan Jackson is not there any longer, I believe, is because of the insidious nature of this hold that this mental illness has on him. You have somebody who can seemingly understand when you're having a conversation with them. You have somebody that seemingly is processing what you're telling them. Have talked to anybody, any doctor,
The fact of the matter is, a medicine change can certainly have effects, but I think there has to probably also be some drug abuse in there too, to truly get to the result that we're talking about. And if there's meth usage on top of a medication change, now you're really looking at some fireworks. But I think that could be the extra gasoline on the fire, is the meth usage, drug usage, right? And again, how would you ever prove this anyway? And I think it should really only be a good defense in rare cases, right? I think there are rare cases where it should be a thing, but for the most part, you got to watch it. You got to watch just the people that are trying to avoid accountability, right? Because if people see that's a possibility, of course, they're going to do everything they can to try to get off. It's just the nature of a defense lawyer, the nature of being a defendant. How often will you hear the defendant say, you know what, Your Honor, I want to take full accountability for my actions. Give me the maximum possible sentence. No, you very rarely, if ever, hear that.
healthcare professional, any family member of somebody who's undergoing this, and ask them, have you ever experienced that where in the moment you think they understand what is happening, and literally seconds later, they're back right to that delusional state? You, as somebody who thinks you know them, a brother, a sister, a father, a parent, and you think you're making that connection, or I remember my friend Drew saying that with his patients, he used to have a wing person, so to speak, because he would get drawn into it as well. I've seen it with clients where you get drawn into this, where you think they understand it, where you think they're comprehending. But what ends up happening is they are processing it in a world that just isn't, that you're not in. And you think you are, and you're getting drawn into it, but they don't process the same way. They completely believe where they are, and that's the insidious nature of this disease.
So there's another element to this, which I just find kind of interesting: money. That this is going to cost, with a private lawyer, a lot of money. And then the question is, where is the money coming from? So Rob and Michelle Reiner left a fortune. And my understanding is the kids are largely beneficiaries of this. I'm also told that Nick Reiner has a trust. I do not know the level of access he has to the money in the trust, but I would assume, given his history of addiction and mental illness, there are restrictions on that money in terms of it becoming available to him. So,
They're also right there hit on one of the common misconceptions here. People will talk about, okay, he committed this act. He cannot inherit the money while he's accused of this or if he's convicted. That is what, when you're talking about, and you did this nicely, Harvey, and I just wanted to point this out, that the beneficiaries, that's separate and apart from a trust that was set up in real time before death that has him as the beneficiary. And if it's irrevocable, and I don't do a whole lot of trust work, but to your point, if it was set up in such a way, and I've had this, and I won't mention the names, but with very prominent.
So actually, you know what? They might have just told themselves here. So he just said, apparently there's a trust for Nick. And maybe at first he was using that money to pay for Alan Jackson. And then maybe the Slayer statute got in the way. And that would be something that would be out of Alan Jackson's control and out of Nick Reiner's control, right? So to me, if that's how he was paying, that could make sense. That can add up. That can connect the dots.
People in similar situations where they've got a history of either mental illness, drugs, or the combination. There are strict limits that are generally put onto these trusts where there is somebody who is administering it, who is doling out the money, who will make the decisions. And there may be restrictions on what they can do it for, but that's a whole separate issue from inheritance and benefiting from your act.
So, yeah, and that's absolutely true. So my sources are telling me essentially that the family has the capacity to pay for his legal defense. And I have a reason to believe that's true. And then separately.
Well, here's the question, right? Does a trust from a grandfather, does that qualify for the Slayer statute? I don't know the answer to that question. Does anyone know, chat?
Is this trust that Nick has. And again, I don't know the specifics, but I would assume there are many guardrails on this trust given his history. So there are two paths to paying a lawyer. One is through the family, and the other is possibly through Nick's trust, although I don't know how much is in there, nor do I know what the levels of restrictions are. But you would think that if there is a trust for Nick, that it would be a substantial amount of money, because especially given his condition and the fact that the Reiners never gave up on him and wanted to protect him, that they would provide for him basically for the rest of his life in that trust. So you would think there is a substantial amount of money in there. Don't you agree?
Well, and you guess what? To your point about the public defender, one of the tools in an LA Superior Court judge's toolbox is at some point to assess cost against a so-called.
So I asked ChatGPT the answer to that question. Does the Slayer statute prevent people from using trusts? Here's the answer. The Slayer statute does not prevent someone from using a trust to pay for their legal defense, unless a court determines that the defense is being funded with assets the person is legally barred from receiving because of the killing. Here's the clean breakdown. What the Slayer statute actually does, the Slayer statute, sometimes called the forfeiture rule, prevents a person who intentionally and unlawfully kills someone from profiting from the victim's death. That usually means they cannot inherit under a will, receive interstate inheritance, collect life insurance proceeds, benefit from some survivorship rights, take trust distributions that arise because of the victim's death. The law treats the killer as having predeceased the victim. Does it block paying for a defense? Generally, no. The defendant can still hire lawyers, and a trust can still pay legal fees if the money is legitimately theirs or not derived from the killing. A trust cannot be used to fund the defense if the trust assets come from the victim's estate. Example, a a trust that only exists because the victim died. The beneficiary's interest is triggered by the death. Example, upon my death, my spouse receives income/principal. A court has already applied the Slayer statute. Once applied, the killer is treated as legally dead before the victim. In those cases, the killer never legally owned the money, so it can't be used for defense. So if it's from his grandfather, I guess it wouldn't apply then, right? What did Ellie say?
Indigent defendant. First of all, the public defender, we now have somebody who has seemingly been appointed. The public defender has a duty to go through and do a financial analysis of their client to see if their client truly qualifies for the public defender. All of this is done privately and is not open to the public. But if there is a trust that he has access to, the public defender may not be able to represent him because of the assets that he has. He may get court-appointed counsel or private counsel. And at that point, if the county is on the hook, number one, the county's got the ability to assess the costs against him. And especially if he has assets that he can draw on, they can get compensated. Or if he regains competency to a point where he makes a demand and goes through the protocol of his separate trust, he could demand that he gets a defense.
Yeah.
And this is interesting, right? Because you can only get a public defender if you can prove you can't afford anything else. Now, if you have a trust and there's money in it, then that you would think would disqualify a public defender. And again, this is why we all thought there was just no money, because why would he go from Alan Jackson to a public defender? Make that make sense.
I agree with all of that. I think this is theoretical because I believe, based on our sources here, that a private lawyer is going to be hired soon. And I also believe there is a more than reasonable chance that the private lawyer is going to be paid for by the Reiner family.
That's interesting. That's interesting on a number of levels. And do you have reason to believe that there was some reason that's not Alan?
I've heard a lot, and I've heard conflicting things about how that all went down, but I believe that.
Well, we should be hearing the conflicting things, Harvey. Why don't you tell us the conflicting things?
There is an appetite to help him because their parents tried to help him. And if the kids, when they're processing all the grief they're going through and everything, because it is complicated to say, we'll support somebody who slaughtered our parents. And this was a slaughter. This was not just stabbing somebody. It was butchering. And, they're going to have to deal with this. And who knows how that shakes out. But yeah, I believe that, at least as of now, that there is a more than reasonable chance that it would be the family that's going to actually end up paying for this.
So he thinks the family's still going to pay. And I don't know if I buy this either. I mean, I was under the impression that they were the ones paying for Alan Jackson, and then they pulled the plug. We don't know. That's what happened. That's just what I speculated happened. And now he's saying, actually, no, they're going to buy another lawyer now. Just won't be Alan Jackson. Well, maybe what would be the thinking there if he's right about that? Well, maybe Alan Jackson's just too expensive, and they'll say, you know what? We don't want to spend that much money on this defense. We would get a mid-tier lawyer. Is that what they're thinking? I don't know. I just don't know if we can trust anything they're saying.
Again, not to just, and again, I want to make this so clear, and I think it should be obvious. Not because they're saying what he did was right, it's horrific. It's that he wasn't in his right mind.
Look, and part of the analysis of this, or just kind of the Monday morning quarterbacking is, remember, and having done these cases more times than I want to even think about, the cross currents of emotion are so turbulent. The idea that you've lost your parents and that your sibling is charged with that, and that you have to kind of reconcile that. I did a hearing within the last week in California where I had to put on the sister to testify for her brother who was charged with the murder of her mother. And we could barely get through her testimony.
And this is both parents at once.
Yeah, this is both parents at once. So just imagine, I mean, the emotion, the conflict, the conflict, the kind of turbulence it's almost beyond anything you can comprehend.
It is. And Mark, also that it's not like the way they feel today is the way they're going to feel in 3 days, that it undulates, feelings from anger to grief to empathy.
Oh, undulates is the Pee Wee Herman word of the day. Undulates.
To rage, this
you
is
just hit on the part when I said, and I've abused the word insidious all along, that's the kind of gravamen of this mental health disease. It sucks you in, and then you've got your brother, and you've got your parents, and you've got this idea that you love all of them, and you just can't believe that they did that. It's so much easier to compartmentalize when it's almost a stranger than it is when it's somebody who you grew up with, who you love dearly. It's it's just almost beyond emotional comprehension.
No, it's terrible. And, it's not just this. It's that, they've been dealing with this for years. I mean, this family has privately been dealing with just horrific circumstances, over just a period of years with this kid who, was being treated for drug abuse. At a point, it seems medical professionals ignored the underlying mental disease. And then once he got the mental disease, he wasn't taking illegal drugs, we're told. He was taking prescription drugs and abusing some of them. And when he's going to rehab, he's going in and out on these 30-day programs that have swimming pools and views and all this other stuff. And the Reiners are paying $70,000, $75,000 a month, and it's doing nothing. And so this family had to go through all of that. And, it's heartbreaking, and it's also not unusual for the mental health system in America and families that have to deal with this.
That's exactly right. And by the way, it cuts across every economic, ethnic strata. I mean, take from the highest echelon to the lowest of the low in terms of.
And we've gone over this many times, right? Addiction and mental health issues, they do not discriminate with race, income level, nothing. They can happen to anybody, which is one of the reasons why it's important to talk about some of these issues. It's not even as much about the case in some cases, but it's the issues that the case brings up that provides the opportunity for someone like me who has experience with a lot of this stuff to talk about it, to share about my experience with the psych meds, addictions, mental health, undiagnosed on the spectrum, all of that. That's the benefit of, to me, talking about the current events. Depending on the current event, it gives you an opportunity to talk about something different.
I just don't know very many people who are fortunate enough not to have a mental illness or mental disease of a close relative of theirs. I mean, it's so pervasive. It's such a entrenched part of life in the U.S. It's amazing.
It's terrible. Okay, my friend, we will talk.
All right, that's the end of that.
Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder. Print that. Print that.
After withdrawing from representing accused killer Nick Reiner, those were the parting words of his now former attorney, Alan Jackson. But what did he not say? He didn't say Reiner didn't kill his father, Rob Reiner, and mother, Michelle Singer. No, he said he's not guilty. And that is very telling. That is very...
I'm a Pisces. You can print that and take it to the bank.
Very specific. That seems to be a very big clue as to what potential defense will be raised. Maybe how this case may...
And look at this. This is not a flattering picture of him at all. He looks thin. And here's another theory. Pure speculation. I always got to clarify. So let's say for a second that Harvey was correct. And this is a big... a charitable interpretation to say he's correct, right? So he was on these meds, he stabilized for 5 years, and he's getting upset about the weight gain. Well, you switch meds, but you know what else accelerates some weight loss? The diet of champions, crystal meth. Meth works for your weight loss, that's for sure. So not that long ago, he was struggling with weight stuff. But look at him here. Unless this drawing is just completely inaccurate, it looks like he's emaciated. And maybe that speaks to a little bit of substance use before this incident. What do you think, chat?
Proceed, and whether in fact Nick Reiner is not guilty of murdering his parents, especially since it's now being reported he may think he's a victim of a conspiracy. Let's talk about it. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
Hi, on behalf of Working Jackson Quinn.
It reminds me of that thin rock meme. And then someone had said, because it looked like the rock was thin, he wasn't jacked anymore. And then someone then said, "Can you smell the crack rock cooking?"
And with Mr. Reiner's understanding and consent, would ask to withdraw as counsel of record based on the conversation that we've had in chambers and the explanation that we've provided to the court in chambers. We feel that we have no choice at this juncture but to withdraw as counsel and ask to be relieved.
Just a wild.
I mean, Nick looked fairly thin in the very first court drawing as well. So I can't chalk that part up to jail food. Sure, especially in the beginning, it's probably vomit worthy. I mean, I've had some jail food myself. It's not very good.
Legal week in the Nick Reiner story, and I paid very, very careful attention to the words that were used by his now former attorney, Alan Jackson, who withdrew from the case. And I'll play the whole thing for you because it raises a lot of questions about what we can actually expect now for Nick Reiner. I mean, he's being represented by a public defender, not Alan Jackson. What does that mean? But this is the most important part, in my view. This is the most important part. Is it possible that we just got a major clue, a major confirmation as to his defense and whether he will, in fact, be found not...
It's the other one. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's methamphetamine.
Guilty of murder. And we have just learned, by the way, that Reiner may in fact believe that he's the victim of a conspiracy. Yeah, so lot to process here. Now, what are we talking about? 32-year-old Nick Reiner, of course, he has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in connection with the apparent stabbing deaths of his parents, renowned director Rob Reiner and photographer and producer Michelle Singer. Reiner, they were found dead in their Brentwood, LA home back on December 14th. It is a brutal crime. And Nick Reiner faces these murder charges with special circumstances. So namely multiple murders, special allegations, right? There's a special allegation too that he allegedly personally used a dangerous...
Now look at this picture. Much more full in the face, right? Probably on his meds here. Now doesn't necessarily look very happy. And maybe it's because that's the thing, right? When you're on mood stabilizers or an antipsychotic, I still don't even think we know what he was on, but it can flatten your moods. So, but often though, too, someone might say anything to try to get off the meds. Like they might say it's weight gain, but it's really they want to feel more, or they really just don't like the sexual side effects, right? And they'll say something, and just because they say something, especially if it's an addict, doesn't mean it's true. Like you can't forget that. And it sounds mean, I think, to some people to say that. It sounds like you're being not understanding or compassionless or you lack empathy, but that's not really what it is. It's just, especially with addicts, you have to take that into consideration. You have to know what side of them, what version of them you're really talking to.
A deadly weapon, a knife. And remember, when you're adding this, that could carry the death penalty if convicted, or at least life in prison without parole. So the stakes are incredibly high here. After his initial arraignment was delayed, it was rescheduled for January 7th, this week. But instead of a standard arraignment, right, where a defendant is told what they're charged with, what their constitutional rights are, where they maybe enter a plea, the arraignment had to be delayed again. And this time, his attorney, well, now former attorney, acclaimed criminal defense attorney Alan Jackson, withdrew from representing him. That was a bombshell announcement. So Nick Reiner is now assigned to public defender Kimberly Green. And we're going to talk more about what this means for him. We'll talk about why he maybe did this, why Alan Jackson did this. But I go back to my central point here. I go back to what Alan Jackson said outside of court after that announcement. And I want you to listen very, very carefully to what he says. Remember, he's a lawyer. So the specific words that he used are deliberate. This, in my view, gives us a sense of what the actual legal defense may be and creates a conversation of whether, in fact, Reiner will be found not guilty of murder. Take a listen.
This morning, I had to withdraw as Nick Reiner's counsel. Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick. I'm legally and I'm ethically prohibited from explaining all the reasons why. I know that's a question on everybody's mind. We expect the public defender to step in. They've already been appointed and very capably protect Nick Reiner's interests as he moves forward through the system. But be clear, be very, very clear about this. My team and I remain deeply, deeply committed to Nick Reiner and to his best interests. In fact, we know, we're not just convinced, we know that the legal process will reveal the true facts of the circumstances surrounding this case, Nick's case. You know, a lot's been printed of late over the last 3 weeks. A lot has been printed about Nick, printed about his family, printed about the circumstances, speculation.
That's a good question to ask, though, right? Why is he so fired up here? Why is Alan Jackson so fired up about this in this moment? Is it just theatrical? Is he putting on a show? Or is there a reason he's fired up? And is the reason he's fired up, he was expecting a nice payday from the case and now he's not going to get it? Could that explain him being fired up? Maybe. Or is it truly just out of the kindness of his heart, he really wants to see Nick be not guilty? Yeah, I'm skeptical about that part. But what do you think, chat?
In print. On December 15th, in the early morning hours, I was in New York at the time and I got a call. Me and my team, we dropped everything. And for the last 3 weeks, we have devoted literally every waking hour to protecting Nick and his interests. We've investigated this matter top.
Her? She's like almost like scowling at him. Her face is meme worthy.
To bottom, back to front.
It actually reminds me of that French dude meme from the 17th century or 18th century, where it's the guy looking down on everyone else and he's got that smug look in his face, looking at the peasants. She's got that, especially right here. She's got that expression right here.
What we've learned, and you can take this to the bank, is that pursuant to the laws of this state, pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder. Print that. Print that.
You know what it could be? So let's steel man why she looks like that. Maybe she's a fan of Rob and Michelle Reiner. Maybe she knows them. Maybe she's friends with them. I don't know. But to hear someone defending their killer like this, yeah, that could explain it. I mean, how would you feel, right? If someone murdered two of your friends and then you have to listen to their defense lawyer go on and on about how not guilty they are? That would be pretty obnoxious to hear, would it not?
We wish him the very, very best moving forward. And that's all I have today.
Nick Reiner is not guilty. Not that he didn't do it. Not that he didn't kill Rob and Michelle. Not that he's innocent, right? Not that someone else did it. So that leaves some alternative possibilities on defenses and whether Nick Reiner will be found not guilty by a jury. And that is what I want to get into, as well as why Jackson withdrew, what we can expect from the public defender, what we can expect at the next scheduled arraignment for February 23rd. And to get into all this, I want to bring on Seth Zuckerman, criminal defense attorney. Seth, thank you so much for taking the time. Really, really appreciate it. A lot of layers here. First, okay, let's talk about the withdrawing of representation. When you hear Jackson basically say that he had no choice but to withdraw, what do you think happened?
Well, first, thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here today. I think two things. One, that there's an issue with legal fees, and that whoever agreed to pay for Nick Reiner's initial appearance in the aftermath of his parents' death is no longer willing to fund the defense, or that there's some type of conflict that arose for Alan Jackson in which some of the witnesses are either former clients or people that he's unable to cross-examine. You know, one of the things that he said during his statement outside the courthouse, which you are attuned to and hit right on the head, and we'll unpack those other issues in a moment, is that they've done a thorough investigation here. And only after the investigation did these issues arise. So to me, it's either a legal fee issue, and there's no one who's willing to pay for Jackson's hefty legal fees in this case, or that there's an actual conflict of interest and he has an ethical obligation not to proceed because of this conflict. And the crazy thing is we're never going to know the actual reason, right? He's got an ethical obligation to not say anything further. Nick Reiner is now a former client of his. Even what he said on the courthouse steps was probably a lot, but I understand why he did it. And now we're not going to know the reason he withdrew, but we know that he's now got a public defender.
Well, there's a couple of points to that, because in a little bit later, I'm going to talk to you about potential witnesses in this case, because there's something that happened in the courtroom where we may have got an indication of that. And if this case progresses and certain people testify, I'm sure, you know, sleuths out there, maybe even us, we can look to see if these potential witnesses were ever represented in some capacity by Alan Jackson or his firm. So that's a potential conflict of interest. I do want to get into the idea of the fees and whether or not Jackson.
A conflict of interest was the other possibility, right? If there's somehow a conflict of interest with him. I don't know what the conflict of interest would be.
Could be paid. There has been talk about, is it possible that Nick Reiner was uncooperative, that he's a difficult client? I don't get that sense, because why say these were circumstances beyond his control unless you're really saying, look, he's mentally unwell, there's not much we can work with here. But then that would be a competency issue, right? I don't even think that this would be like, this has to be transferred to a different attorney, I can't handle it. So your thoughts on people who say, well, maybe it's Nick Reiner's being uncooperative in some fashion? I don't see that.
I don't see that here either. Jackson's statement was very specific, as you said, right? Is that circumstances outside of Nick Reiner's control led to this. So, you know, there's not a conflict of strategy. There's not an inability to communicate with one another. So I've ruled out the fact that Jackson withdrew because of some kind of disagreement he had with Nick. That's clearly not based on his statement. In fact, if that was the reason, probably Jackson should not have given any press conference outside the courthouse at that time. So I've ruled that possibility out here.
Okay, so now let me lay into my thought. This is my thought. My first thought was, you're right, could be a conflict of interest, but my first thought was there's an issue of payment. Maybe can't pay Alan Jackson's fees, but maybe it's something more. So, and remember, he allegedly kills his parents, so he's not getting an inheritance. But it always became a question of how can you afford a high-powered attorney like Alan Jackson? But this is the big point. This goes to my other major theory. Maybe he can't afford the experts that he needs to testify in his trial. So this goes to my point. When Alan Jackson says that Nick Reiner is not guilty, right? Not that he didn't do it, not that he's innocent, not that somebody else did it, not guilty. My thought is he's talking about the insanity defense. And remember what Jackson said initially when he got the case a few weeks ago, right? He initially gets the case before any investigation, told the media that there were, quote, very complex and serious issues associated with this case that needed some time to be examined. I thought you're talking about mental health issues. Under California law, someone who commits the killing can still be found not guilty by reason of insanity if it can be proven by the defense that it is more likely than not that the defendant was legally insane when they committed the crime. So when they committed the crime, this person had a mental disease or defect, and because of that disease or defect, was incapable of knowing or understanding the nature and quality of the act, or was incapable of knowing or understanding the act was morally or legally wrong.
Again, I would like to see an example of someone incapable of knowing or understanding the nature and quality of the act. Who is someone that has been given an NGI on that? Like we can see someone who truly doesn't know what's right or wrong. That's different. But this not knowing the quality, what does that look like? What are the symptoms of not knowing? Is it not cleaning up the crime scene? Is it just not even realizing like you did anything bad and just going on with your day? Like, I would like to see an example.
And let me just add one more thing. I know I'm throwing a lot at you, but let me just add one more thing. Just came out from TMZ. They are reporting that their sources tell them Nick Reiner may in fact know that he killed his parents, but that he's delusional, that he believes that this was some sort of conspiracy that has been orchestrated against him to have him arrested. So, a lot of points here, Seth. First, let's start out. Do you think I'm totally off base when Alan Jackson specifically says that Nick Reiner is not guilty, that he's talking about mental health defense insanity?
I think that you are not totally off base. It's actually not the first thing that came to my mind, but I think it's one of the real two possibilities here. And here's what we have, right? We've got this mental health defense or even substance abuse defense, because we know that he struggled with substance abuse issues, where the defense will look into arguing that he had the diminished capacity and couldn't form the intent necessary for murder charges. So that's the first possibility, and that's what you have discussed. But what actually came to my mind when Alan Jackson said that Nick is not guilty of murder, and he was very specific of murder, is that there's a possible heat of passion defense, which would lead to a manslaughter charge and not a murder charge. What a heat of passion defense is that Nick experienced an uncontrollable rage as a result of some type of argument he had with his parents. He didn't have time to cool off. This wasn't a premeditated.
I don't buy this, by the way, but I think there was plenty of time to cool off. And if anything, it seemed like there was really an intent, I'm going to go do this. And he did.
Murder in which he went over to his parents' house with the intent of killing them, and thus arguing that he should only be charged with manslaughter, which carries a much less severe sentence in California than a murder charge. So when I heard what Alan Jackson say, he's not guilty of murder, I actually thought of the heat of passion defense and thought he's saying that this should be a manslaughter case and not a first-degree murder case.
That is something that we've talked about in a previous episode, too, about like we don't know the circumstances of what allegedly happened in that house, what happened in that bedroom, whether there was a fight of some kind or whether there was defensive injuries or whether or not, you're right, maybe the heat of passion. If you're talking about downgrading the case from first-degree murder to, let's say, second-degree murder or let's say manslaughter, what potentially could he be looking at then? If we're talking about now life in prison on the table or the death penalty, which seems unlikely, but what would you be looking at potentially for, like, let's say manslaughter?
A manslaughter charge doesn't carry life. It doesn't include the death penalty. It would involve a sentence, depending on the circumstances, of somewhere in the 10 to 15 year range, potentially, which is much less than what he's facing on the murder charges. So, which is why any experienced criminal defense attorney would look, this isn't a case of whodunit, right? As you discussed earlier, we know that there was something that happened in his home and that he specifically said he's not guilty of murder, not someone else did this. He didn't kill his parents. He's completely innocent, but that there's some circumstances here which shows that he's not guilty of murder. And it's really those two options, right? There's either the insanity defense that he couldn't form the intent based on his mental health and or substance abuse history, or this was a heat of passion case and it should be a manslaughter case.
And I'll explore that a little bit more, but
No way. There's no way it's going to be a manslaughter case. That's just wishful thinking from a defensive-minded person.
whether it's some sort of heat of passion or whether it is a mental health defense, the defense would need experts to testify to this. And right, if this is an issue of funds and Alan Jackson saying, listen, he just can't pay, maybe with a public defender, the state can help share the burden of some of the costs of these experts. Am I off on that?
I think a little bit, because Alan Jackson fees would be 10 times the amount that an expert would cost, right? You know, experts are costly, but it's very unlikely an experienced criminal defense attorney like Alan Jackson, who's got a great client list, would withdraw from this case just because of an expert issue. So I highly doubt that. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I think if there was a fee issue, it's all of the fees together, the legal fees and the expert fees that would have led to him to withdraw if it's a fee issue.
And by the way, real quick, such a high profile case, a lot at stake. A high powered attorney wouldn't just take the case pro bono.
Probably not. He'd probably take it, as we call low bono. It was basically a reduced fee. It's good for publicity. It's good to be on a case like this. There's also.
I like that term. I've never heard of that. Low bono. I like that.
The reporting that I read yesterday in the New York Post that says Alan Jackson may have wanted out of the case because he would have been a pariah in the Hollywood community, because he would have had to defend Nick Reiner, whereas his parents were beloved in the Hollywood community. As we believe, there's going to be a bunch of people in the Hollywood community who are witnesses in the trial. And then he may have wanted off the case just because he didn't want to become a pariah and affect past and future clients. I'm not saying that that's the case. I have no knowledge of that, but there was reporting in the New York Post about that last night.
Then again, he just said publicly, Nick Reiner, who's accused of murdering his beloved.
I don't think that's the case. Again, I'm not saying that's the case. I don't think someone who believes in the Constitution as much as Alan Jackson does would get off of the case because it's an unpopular cause, but that's what the reporting is out there.
So I want to just go back to whether or not there is something to the insanity.
So he's saying he might have stepped down because it's simply an unpopular cause to defend Nick Reiner? Maybe. I mean, maybe in the Hollywood area there, people are friends with Rob Reiner. They're friends with Michelle Reiner. And maybe they will look at him sideways from now on if he were to defend Nick Reiner. Yeah, there could be some truth in that. But again, if you're a defense lawyer, though, you would think that's just comes with the territory, right? Sometimes you just might have to defend some unsavory people. And it is what it is. But what do you think, chat?
Defense, right? He couldn't even perceive what he was doing. He couldn't even perceive that what he did was legally or morally wrong or right. There's some complicating aspects to that, because you would question, why did he check into a hotel room early that night when apparently he had been living with his parents? What was he doing, on surveillance cameras? Did he understand what had happened? But on top of what the TMZ had reported about this idea of he may be thinking there was a conspiracy against him, the Los Angeles Times and KNBC said Nick Reiner was receiving medical treatment for schizophrenia at the time of the deaths of his parents. And let me also add this. Harvey Levin from TMZ said, quote, source.
I thought Alan Dershowitz was the one representing Epstein, but Alan Jackson did too?
Sources with direct knowledge tell us a month before the murders, doctors changed the meds Nick was taking for schizoaffective disorder. Adding, when Alan Jackson was talking about why a jury would find him not guilty, what we're told is it has to do with changing those meds, which literally put him out of his head. Rob and Michelle were alarmed. They saw the change in his behavior. They knew what was going on, but they're not doctors. They don't know how to solve this problem. So Rob and Michelle.
I said low bono because he was mentioning low bono is when you don't do it for free. Pro bono is when you do it for free. Low bono is when you do it for a reduced fee. And I'd never heard that before, so I was remarking I like that term. I like the term low bono.
Michelle were watching their son spiral, and there was nothing they knew to do that would abate it. Now, talk to me about that, Seth.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a viable defense and certainly possible. And based on the reporting, obviously there's been a lot of reporting about what happened at the party at Conan O'Brien's house the night before and how Nick was acting. There's been reporting of how he was acting in the weeks leading up to his parents' death. I mean, that is certainly a viable defense if he's been diagnosed with schizophrenia and a month before their killings, he had his medication changed, right? If he's delusional or not of a sane mind, that is obviously a valid defense that he couldn't form the intent to necessary for the murder charges. And that may be why Alan Jackson was so specific that he's not guilty of murder. What I've been looking for is, what do the text messages show, right? Because if he's got insane and delusional text messages in the weeks leading up to his parents' death, including to his parents, that would give me a big tell. What does the video surveillance show both before? I'm assuming there's video surveillance at the house. What is video surveillance at the hotel he's staying at? There's a lot of pieces of evidence that we don't know about that would give us clues as to his mental health at the time of the killing or even before that.
And that would be interesting. It'd be interesting to hear what Jake and Romy have to say about it. It'd be interesting to hear what else he was saying to people at Conan's party besides those weird questions, if there was anything else he was even saying at the party. It'd be interesting to hear what the fight was like between Rob and him at Conan's party. We don't know. We just don't know. There's so many things we don't know. But text message records, that would be interesting. Did Nick Reiner have any friends? I mean, not that many that we know of. I mean, we know he went on that Dopey podcast before, and that's where we get a lot of his thoughts about things. But present day, who were his friends present day? I don't know if he had any.
Because that's what I would want to know as a defense attorney is, how is he doing in the months and weeks leading up to his parents' death if I'm going to use this as a defense? Obviously, if he's been treating with a psychiatrist and he's on medication, that's obviously great evidence for the defense to show that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. This isn't something new that they're making up post his parents' killings, and that is more of a viable defense at that point. But I would like to see what evidence there are, what do the medical records show, and that's going to take a long time. The other thing I'll point out is the fact that he's been in a mental health hospital.
That's another good point. Duncan in the chat says maybe he's friends with his dealer, his connection. Yeah, I mean, granted, as someone who's had them in the past, you're definitely not always friends with the person, but it's possible. It's possible they might, especially if it's a repeat customer. They might know a little bit about it. But of course, you're probably not going to see any dealers or connections come forward out of fear of being implicated somehow, right? Oh, this is the guy that fed Nick Reiner meth that enabled him to murder his parents. And they get him for some kind of charge or civil suit. So there's no way he's ever going to come out forthright. Now, however he would contact him or her, that would be interesting. Like, even those records will still be there if they're texts.
Since the date of his first scheduled arraignment is very telling to me. They are probably conducting a competency examination to check whether or not he's even competent to move forward. Obviously, they looked like they were ready to have the arraignment this past week before Alan Jackson withdrew. But I'd be curious as to what's happening at that mental health hospital, because if he's not fit to proceed, he would stay in that mental health hospital until and if he's ever found fit to proceed, because this case could be delayed if he's not competent to understand the charges against him.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's been staying at the Twin Towers Correctional Facility out in L.A., and People magazine says that the Los Angeles County Sheriff, a source, says the inmates where he's located have significant mental health illnesses and need to be kept alone and away from any other people or inmates. So just something to keep in mind. Okay, I want to ask about him now being represented by a public defender. So Kimberly Green actually told reporters outside of court this.
I spoke to Mr. Reiner briefly this morning. He was understanding that there was going to be a change in counsel. We haven't had any in-depth conversations.
Now, Lori Levinson, who's a professor at Loyola Law School, a former federal prosecutor, told the New York Times that Miss Green had actually been one of her students, called her, quote, one of the best, smart, ethical, added she knows the Los Angeles justice system. What do you make of the fact, because I think sometimes people have misperceptions about what the public defender's office is and the quality of their representation. What do you think about the fact that now he's going to be, at least right now, if he's not, doesn't retain private counsel in the future, what should we be thinking about that now he's represented by the Los Angeles County Public Defender's Office?
I mean, public defenders, some of them are some of the best lawyers that I've ever seen. Some of the most high-profile criminal defense attorneys started out as public defenders. So it's a very noble job. They truly care about their clients, truly care about the Constitution and the justice system, and they fight hard. From what I've heard, Ms. Green has a great reputation. She's handled some very high-profile and complicated cases before, and I would look for her to treat this different. They may be different from a PR standpoint. She'll probably have less press conferences.
Should we move on to the next video here? I'm kind of getting a little bored.
Outside the courthouse and handle it slightly different as a public defender. But I would expect him to still get a vigorous defense, explore all of the options here that we've discussed, including the insanity defense, the heat of passion defense, and investigate and find out, what really is going on here.
Los Angeles County Public Defender Ricardo Garcia also spoke outside of the courthouse this week. Take a listen.
I want to say that on behalf of the entire Public Defender's Office, we are incredibly sorry and understand the pain and suffering that the Reiner family is going through at this time, as well as the entire Los Angeles community. The Public Defender's Office and the entire staff, our hearts at this time go out to the entire family. We hope that the community will also understand that this is a challenging time for the entire legal process. We ask for your patience, your understanding as we navigate this process through the legal system, and that we will be available as we can be to address your questions when appropriate. Thank you.
Now, in a statement to the New York Times, I'll also mention that a spokesman for the Reiner family said, quote, they have the utmost trust in the legal process and will not comment further on matters related to the legal proceedings. There is something else that I have to address. We mentioned it before. I think it's really important for this case. Something else that came up in court. I want to play you Alan Jackson speaking with the judge the other day.
Your Honor, we have a matter of housekeeping that I'd like to address in chambers in dealing with the 10 subpoenas that are outstanding. There are 10 current subpoenas that are outstanding. We would ask that body attachments be issued and held for each of the 10.
So, Seth, what is this about, this body attachment for multiple potential witnesses? I mean, I thought if you ask for a body attachment, you're asking authorities to bring that witness to court because maybe...
Okay, well, this is something new. I don't know about... I don't think any of the other channels went over this part. But what are body attachments? And there's 10 of them. What are they?
They feel that they don't want to appear. There's been a thought about, could these people be from Conan O'Brien's party, right? Are you talking about celebrities? It was reported Nick had attended this party at Conan O'Brien's house the night before the killings, in which he allegedly went around asking strange questions to guests, got into an apparent weird interaction with actor Bill Hader, then had some sort of loud argument, potentially with his father. There was a source, by the way, that told people that Nick was freaking everyone out, acting crazy, kept asking people if they were famous. Family friends have reportedly said the fight was overblown. But you wonder if these are the potential witnesses. You wonder if they don't want to appear for whatever reason. Apparently, the legal representatives for 2 of the 10 subpoenaed parties, they were in court that day. There was an objection. A lawyer for one of the parties said, I don't see the necessity of having a court order against an individual in this circumstance. You had Judge Teresa McGonigal say, fair enough. She apparently issued a body attachment for those who do not have legal representation in court, hold it there for the next hearing on February 23rd. But she also indicated that the list of these subpoenaed people is going to remain sealed. So you do wonder, are we on the right track? Are we talking about people at Conan O'Brien's party?
Yeah, we're probably talking about people that the defense or prosecutors think are important witnesses and need to be subpoenaed because they're not willing to come in voluntarily to give their version of the events. These body attachment warrants are, when they're seeking a witness to come in and the witness is not being compliant, right? And sometimes that happens just as not even because the witness is not being compliant, but in a high profile case, they want to dot their I's and cross their T's and make sure that everything is ordered by the court. But that's to bring a person before the court who has information. It's similar to a subpoena.
Yeah. By the way, Us Weekly did a breakdown of who may be called as witnesses. This is, just speculation. So aside from other people at the party, maybe.
All right. This is actually interesting. I'm glad I didn't skip it. Let's see what he says.
Actor Bill Hader, who
that makes sense.
Apparently had this encounter that night with Nick where he allegedly told Nick that he was having a private conversation with somebody when Nick allegedly tried to butt in, to which Nick reportedly stared at him, walked off. Us Weekly also mentions Billy Crystal, Larry David. They reportedly visited the Reiner home after the killings. They also list comedian Eric Idle, who took to X that he said he spoke to Rob Reiner for over an hour the night of the killings. You have Roman.
Oh, wow. That would be an interesting person to hear from. So the night of the killings, he spoke to Rob Reiner for an hour. What was that guy's name?
They reportedly visited the Reiner home after the killings.
After doesn't matter as much. They can maybe see some of the crime scene, but
they also list comedian Eric Idle, who
comedian Eric Idle spoke to Rob Reiner for an hour the night of the killing. So if anyone has some insights here, it's him.
Who took to X that he said he spoke to Rob Reiner for over an hour the night of the killings. You have Romy Reiner, so Nick's sister, the daughter here. She was the one who reportedly found her father's body. There's Jake Reiner, Nick's brother. Do you think that Us Weekly could be on the right track about potential witnesses, potential players in this case?
I do. I think that those are probably some of the prime witnesses. Certainly Nick's siblings, his sister Romy, who found their parents, their brother, all of the talk about what was happening in the lead up to the events, they may be beneficial witnesses to the defense as well, right? Because if they're able to talk about the delusional portion of how Nick was acting in the lead up to killing his parents, they may be beneficial to the defense. So I think that those witnesses could go either way. And I think the same thing for some of Rob Reiner's closest friends. You mentioned Billy Crystal and Larry David. Those are people who were not only at the home when the body was found. That's really not what their testimony would be relevant to. It's about what was Rob telling them in the weeks and months leading up to his death about their interactions with their son. And what were they observing? If they're good friends, what were they observing when they saw Nick come over anytime they went to Rob Reiner's house? So it's not just about what happened post-death, but what happened pre-death that they observed. And they may be witnesses that the prosecution may not want to call, because these people may say, well, you know what? They substantiate the mental health defense and the insanity defense or the heat of passion defense. So there's a lot that needs to be evaluated. He hasn't even been arraigned yet, but I think that they're on the right path as to some of the important witnesses.
And do you think it's the potential celebrity aspect why the list is being sealed?
Yes, for sure. I think it's a celebrity aspect of the case.
So there's 10 more besides these, I guess. Or there's more that they just didn't mention.
Right, that it's such a high profile case and they don't want these names to go out there because, TMZ and all the other outlets will then go and stake out outside these people's homes. So even if they are not celebrities that are on the list, they're trying to protect everybody because this has become such a high profile case.
What can we expect from maybe his actual arraignment on February 23rd? I mean, he remains locked up right now with no bail. If this actually happens, if there's not another curveball of some kind, what can we expect from his arraignment on February 23rd?
I mean, I would expect his arraignment to be pretty straightforward, right? He'll plead not guilty to the charges, and then they'll set a date and discovery will start. There may be some pretrial hearings that need to occur, but I think that it would be a pretty standard plea of not guilty, and then the case will move forward. The only other thing that could happen is if there is more mental competency examinations that need to occur, that would lead to another further delay if his public defender seeks to have him further evaluated as whether he's fit to proceed with the case.
Would he have to at that point say, hey, not guilty by reason of insanity, or can he reserve that for later?
Yeah, you just say not guilty. And then the defense will eventually serve their insanity defense on the prosecutors in the court once they've had them evaluated and decided that that's the defense that they're going to go with.
And again, I mean, depending on how Eric sees the case, Eva, I would say the prosecution might want to bring him to the stand. Hey, you spoke to Rob for an hour that night. What did you hear? What did he say about what happened? But again, a lot of if the prosecution would do that would depend on what Eric says they talked about. Depending on what they talked about, the defense might want to call him to the stand, depending on how that conversation went.
But at the arraignment, he just pleads not guilty. Gotcha. And the defense that you intend to present doesn't need to be discussed to the court at that point.
Seth Zuckerman, thank you so much for taking the time, going back and forth with me on some of these theories, some of these ideas that I maybe have, and we'll see what progresses. But Seth, really, really appreciate you taking the time. And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining.
So Chaz Palminteri, he had some interesting thoughts about this as well, being a friend of Rob.
I did not know the family. I did not know Rob. If you want to see the Chaz Palminteri show,
Water, Florida at the
chance to really interact with our fans, John, what questions we have today?
Well, the big topic this week is about Rob Reiner and the mental health of his child.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. I mean, wow. I met Rob Reiner a couple of times. I did not know him well at all. I did meet him a bunch of times. Very nice guy. Very, bright and funny. And incredible director. I mean, God knows. Made some of the great movies of all time. But I didn't know his son at all. But when I think about what happened, I mean, first of all, my thoughts, my prayers, I'm going to say a prayer for him and tell my church to say a prayer for him and his wife, his lovely wife. That's a heartache that I have some friends who've had trouble with their children. I mean, I don't care who you are. You could be the biggest success in the world, billionaire, it doesn't matter. But when you have heartache with your child, that's it. There's nothing more painful than that.
The two pearls of wisdom, there's more than two, but two of my favorite pearls of wisdom from A Bronx Tale. The door test, the old school door test when you're on a date with a woman. You unlock her door, you let her in the door. Does she reach over or unlock your door too? That speaks to a woman who's not selfish, hence the door test. And I've actually asked people before, what is the modern day equivalent of the door test? Now that there's automatic locks on these car doors, it becomes a little bit of a moot point. So what's the modern day equivalent of a door test now? And I asked this question a few years ago. There were actually some good answers. I don't know what they are. I don't remember them though. What the hell is a modern day example of the door test? Let's see if you can think of one, chat. The other pearl of wisdom I always remember is the dude, he lets some guy borrow $20. The guy doesn't pay back his $20 and he's all mad. And Sonny, his name in the movie, Sonny, sees the kid all mad and he goes, oh, what the heck's wrong with this kid? Hey, kid, what the hell's wrong with you? And he goes, oh, Sonny, I gave this bastard $20 and the bastard's not paying me back. And he goes, well, do you like this guy or not? He goes, nah, he's a freaking bastard. He's an asshole. He goes, well, you pay $20 and never see him again. That's a good deal.
Because, you want your child to be happy. You want your children to be happy. And you would say, how did this happen? How did a boy get to the point where this happens? I can only tell you by my experience. I mean, obviously the boy had some incredible mental health issues here. I mean, to do what he did, the anger, the pain he must be in. What I'm shocked is, I'm shocked that he didn't kill himself. What does that say about him? How could you not kill yourself after killing your parents, man?
Where do you think they went wrong with him, though?
This is the big question here. But that's something we actually haven't talked about on the channel yet. Why didn't he end his own life? I mean, well, chances are also, I think it would have been much more likely if he used a gun to do it. It's much more difficult to end your own life with a knife. Like, that's just practically speaking. But if you did it with a gun, much easier, right?
Oh, God, I don't know. I'm not a professional.
Like, I'm kind of curious what the catalyst was, because obviously it's built up over years and years, but like, were they not there for him? Like, I'm just kind of curious as to what drove him to that point. Obviously, he had anything he wanted at his fingertips.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of parents, like I said, the father's working a lot, but then the mother has to be there. Somebody has to be there. You just can't let the kid roam around. I'm telling you, folks, remember what I'm saying. Middle school is the key. If you lose them in middle school, they're lost. And I don't.
Livin says this guy makes too many mouth noises. Mouth noises, mumblings, musings. I don't know much about him in the present. I know much more about him from A Bronx Tale and his theater because that's really what it was. Bronx Tale was a theater play.
Don't know. Especially if the other kids are very successful. I've seen that where the other kids do really well, and for some reason this child can't find his way. And, it's painful for him. And he was I heard he had an incredible bad temper. He would fly off the handle, Again, I did not know him. I did not know the family. I did not know Rob Reiner. Met him a few times. Respected him immensely as a talent, incredible director.
I mean, despite how many people say it, the essay against Nick as a child, there's no evidence of that. That's just pure speculation, mostly based on that roast of Rob Reiner. But if you listen to the roast of Rob Reiner, the worst of it is about Rob Reiner's dad. But I don't think people miss that part. But then people are saying, oh, well, there's a connection to him and Epstein, so you never know. It's like, even them all, it's like it's possible they do it to other people's kids, but maybe not their own. I don't know. But I think that part's all speculation. That's speculation.
One of the greats. So I can't comment on that. I can only comment as a father. I never had trouble with my children, thank God. And my son, who is 29 now, my daughter is 24, both went to great colleges, both great kids, both great students they were. How does that happen? Well, it doesn't happen by accident.
Well, two things, right? I believe in the quote that Dr. Keith Campbell says and Dr. Robert Plomin says, parenting matters, but it doesn't make much of a difference. Why do they say that? Because they say most things are determined genetically. It's in the genes, the biology. John Steinbeck said in a less scientific way in his book, East of Eden, I wonder if a twisted gene or a malformed egg could produce physical monsters. Why can't the same process produce a malformed soul? And I would say, yeah, completely. So I think there's an element of that going on where some people, they just have it from the start. And regardless of what their parents did, it wouldn't make much of a difference. And that's a bitter pill for a lot of people to swallow because it means they have less control. They feel more powerless, which no one wants to feel more powerless, right? They want to think, I can really influence this. I can change them, influence them. And if I raise them right, they'll be perfect. Well, talk to enough older parents, people that have turned into grandparents, ask them what they say. But especially the ones that have kids that maybe went to jail or OD'd or those parents, they have some interesting stories to tell. Ask them. Ask them. It'd be very interesting to hear what they say.
In fact, we have to do an episode with my wife on too, John. I got to have my wife on because, I'm sure Rob was making a lot of movies and he wasn't there. I wasn't there a lot when they were young. I tried to be there a lot. I tried to be there and I was. But, you can't have it both ways. You can't be away, provide a great life for the family and have it both ways. But you got to have somebody be there. And my wife was always the one who said, you got to catch them early. If you see something going astray, you can't wait. You catch them like that critical age, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's the age right there. That middle school part, that's when you can lose them. Because if you lose them there, it's rough to get them back. So I tell the people.
So even though I do believe in the genetic part and the biology part, I would also say I would do what he's saying here too, right? You want to get it young, whatever it is. And so even though you might not be able to do much about it, there are times where you can at least try, because what else are you going to do? Give up? Wash your hands of it? No, I don't recommend that. So, and I asked Dr. Salerno about this in our recent interview. He didn't really have an answer for it, but I would say you try. So, but the big thing though with your kids is understanding them and trying to have a true connection with them. Like have them be comfortable being themselves with you. If they can be comfortable being themselves with you, the trust won't be broken and you can have the connection. But if they don't feel comfortable with you, then they're not going to be honest with you. And then you just don't know what's going on at that point. And I kind of think that's what was going on with Rob and Nick. Like Rob was trying to connect. It just wasn't working. And so he kept on trying and trying and trying, but didn't work. Nick wasn't on that same page. And you can really see it when you hear Nick talk on the Dopey podcast versus how he talked when his dad was right next to him. Completely different, right? Much more at ease. And sure, substances might have been in play too on the Dopey podcast, but he was more himself. But if you can keep the connection and you can make sure they're honest with you, or at least comfortable being honest with you, usually you'll get the best case in those situations. But if that kid feels like they have to start hiding things, lying to you, being sneaky and deceitful, then you don't know. You don't know what's going on. And a lot of times you don't even want to know because it'd probably blow you away.
People out there that have children, 11, 12 years old, you see them hanging out with not the great people and getting high. Oh, no. You got to put a stop to that right away. And you can't say things like, oh, they're kids. What are you going to do? You know what? No.
And here's the other thing. So I have reasons why I think I'm a night owl / vampire. They say if you grew up in a dysfunctional family and it was really stressful, it wasn't okay to be yourself and you had to walk on eggshells a lot, and they were very controlling and judgmental and critical. Well, there was one time of day when that wasn't true, and that was at nighttime when everyone else went to bed. Then you were finally able to relax, feel comfortable being yourself without that critical eye over your shoulder and all that judgment and guilt and criticism gone. Now, depending on what your parents did, though, maybe that time of day was morning for you. So maybe that would be why you're an early riser. But that's the reason why I truly do think that plays a part. Now, there could be a genetic component of it, too. They say there are some people that were the night watch back in the caveman days. You had to make sure the saber-toothed tigers didn't get the tribe. So you would stand guard at nighttime. But it's just more interesting to say also what I just said, right? Oh, yeah, you were walking on eggshells all day, constantly criticized. But then at night, all that's gone. That stress, that criticism, you can finally relax and just be you without the worry of being like someone jumping down your throat for saying the wrong thing, feeling the wrong thing, or whatever it is. And if you've had narcissistic parents, you probably understand this.
That's it. You have to put a stop to it right there. It's easier to hold them there than it is when they're 19, 20 years old. Because once you lose them at that critical age in middle school is where you have to watch them, the boys and the girls. Because once you lose them there, that's rough. I mean, look, you grow up. Are my kids spoiled too, in a way? Yeah. They're spoiled, but they got their feet on the ground. But are they spoiled sometimes? Yeah. But not to the point of not being good people. You have to teach your kids to be morally a good person. Everybody's worried about, they want their kids to go to Harvard and Yale and all these great schools. And remember years ago, John, there were celebrities they were saying their kids could play tennis and putting them on the swimming team, and they couldn't even swim to get into these you're doing your child a disservice. Really. Why? Well, you're forcing him into a great school And if he's not at the top there, he's only going to be at the bottom of his class or not feel worthy, and his self-esteem is going to suffer. Let him go where he belongs. There's nothing wrong with this. Great colleges all over, you know? You can't help a child do everything. And I've been guilty of it myself, and my wife stops me, and she's been guilty of it, and I stop her. Do you want your children to have everything? Yes.
And that's actually a great thing. You reminded me of this, Brian. The best suggestion I would have to parents, therapists, counselors, coaches, and anyone in a relationship, period, regardless of what kind of relationship it is, listen. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. If you can listen, that will go a far way. But some people are not very good at listening. They tune out or go back to the Pulp Fiction line, right? Do you listen or do you wait to talk? A lot of people just wait to talk. But if you can listen, they say that being listened to is so close to being loved, most people can't tell the difference. That's why. Because to truly listen and then be interested in what you're hearing, most people don't get that. Most people are just out there waiting to talk, etc. And they'll be pleasant, whatever, but they're not truly listening. They're not hearing what the other person's saying.
But if you give them everything, they end up with nothing. They don't learn how to.
That's a good quote there. You hear that? If you give them everything, they wind up with nothing. And I agree with that. I think if you spoil them, the calm sea never made a skilled sailor. And then they have that, they don't know how to overcome challenges and adversity. And I always say the Clint Eastwood method goes much better. You don't give them handouts, you make them work. You make them do the things normal kids do that aren't coming from like extremely wealthy families. I think it's a better way to go.
Navigate the world. They don't learn how to like get through problems. I know it's hard, especially my parents just gave me love, and my sisters love. We didn't have any money at all. But I had to learn in the Bronx, in the street, how to navigate problems, how to get by, how to survive. And I didn't want my children to go through that. In the very beginning, that was a mistake. I mean, they didn't grow up in the Bronx. They grew up in a very affluent world, in a neighborhood. But we forced them to do things, to be good in school when they were in middle school, that they had to do their homework. They had to sit down and do their homework, that we had to check their homework. And if it wasn't good, they had to do it over again. So we did things like that, you know, John, and you should think about that when you have children. If you give the child everything, they end up with nothing. And it hurts. And you want to, and you see them struggling and you go, oh God, I could just fix this, but you can't. Don't forget my restaurants. I got 2 of the finest Italian restaurants in New York. 30 West 46th Street, Charles Palmenteri's Italian. Oh, that's, you can't have that. And they would say, why, Daddy? And I would say, that's too expensive. And they're slick, you know. They're smart. My son would say, oh, you can't afford that, Dad? Like kidding around, but give me a little jab. And I would say, yes, Dad could afford it, but it's too expensive and I'm not getting that for you. When you could afford it yourself and you want to buy it, you could buy it, but that's too expensive. And if they got a reward, they had to do something for it, period. And they're kids. They ask for stupid things. my son was.
This is a big thing. So yeah, like my dad is autistic and narcissistic, but I've accepted all of the good and the bad, and I integrated it all. So now I don't hold on to any resentment about it. I don't walk around like being angry about it. I think that's a phase. It's a phase of healing, but then you don't want to stay in that phase. You want to be able to get to a place where you're not holding on to resentment in the present, because that only serves to hurt you. So yeah, it certainly wasn't perfect. Certainly, a lot of things could have gone a hell of a lot better, right? But at the same point, there were certain things I learned too. And there are certain things I learned that I use in the present. And that helped me to accept the past more. It helped me to forgive and let go of resentment. But again, this process takes a long time. You're not going to do it overnight. It's not something I'm going to tell somebody that is just finding out that they have a narcissistic parent. Like, oh yes, you should be letting go of resentment and forgiving them right now. Like, no, you don't say that. They got to go on their journey, and their journey can take a while.
12, I remember. And all the kids around this area here, his friends, and all his friends had money, you know, the school he went to. They were all buying ATVs, you know, big ATVs, driving around. And I'm like, no, no. I'm not getting you an ATV. I said, you've been talking about playing guitar. Why don't you get a guitar? He goes, oh, all right. I said, you got either choice, a guitar or an ATV. No, I said, a guitar, I'll get you. ATV, I can't get you, I said. And he got a guitar instead. And he's been playing guitar ever since. He writes songs. It helps him a great deal. He went to a great college of music. Now, there was a choice right there. I could have got him the ATV, and he could have drove around with all his friends and, you know, dressing up and driving like crazy. No. ATV at 12 years old. It's like a damn car, these things. Plus, they're dangerous. They're very dangerous, John. And so I didn't get it for him. And I don't regret that a day.
So what do you think the difference is? Because obviously teenagers in that age go through phases and stuff like that. What do you think the difference is between a kid going through a phase where they're an asshole or somebody that actually has mental illness?
That's a really good point, John.
Good question. Is someone an asshole and just have teen angst, or do they have mental illness? Let's see what Shaz has to say.
I mean, I think if you cannot get a hold of them, if you cannot reach them, then I think you got to bring in some professional. But to do what he did is just astounding to me. But the real astounding thing to me is he did not kill himself. What does that say about him? I don't know what that says. But I think anybody in their right mind would just say, and you know what's bad about when someone even just commits suicide? It leaves a legacy on the family. It does. Now, here's the Rob Reiner family. Icons. Carl Reiner. Incredible. Rob Reiner. Incredible legacy. This hurts that.
Yeah, now he's going to be known as the guy that got killed by his son.
Well, it hurts the legacy when their kids, Rob and and his wife's children grow up. There's that nagging thing there that people think about instead of the incredible work that this family has achieved. And you hope in time that will pass, you know. But I would like to know how people feel about this whole thing. I was supposedly when the daughter found them, from what I heard, I could be wrong, she told the police right away it was my brother. I would bet it's my brother. I mean, wow.
So there were signs.
There were signs. There were signs. But obviously not. And how do you kill two people with a knife? Obviously, they had to be sleeping.
very passionate, very emotional, very passionate, very intimate. Not much disconnection there.
Because that's the only way you can get an advantage to kill two people with a knife. You knock out one and stab the other, then not stab the other one, I guess. And he slit their throats. I mean, that's insanely. I mean, it's easier to just get a gun and go bam, bam, bam. But stabbing?
There's some animosity there.
I mean, there's some fierce animosity there. And I'm concerned. I always get concerned about these things. Like the lawyer goes, well, you have to hear the whole story. Oh, what whole story? What? He's innocent? What's the whole story? What whole story are we going to hear? He did it. What are you going to say? Not guilty? I mean, I guess because of this is America and you have to do that. Okay.
It's funny he's mentioning this after what we were just saying in the chat. There's one side, the other side, and then the truth. Truth's usually in the middle. No greater example of that than when we were talking about the ICE stuff from the other day. I think that's very true with that. And someone is also asking, where's the knife? The prosecution and DA, they might very well have the knife. And they're just waiting until the trial to release it. But we don't know. They didn't say.
But I don't get it. I hate this when they do that. Not guilty. So now we got to go through this like year-long trial. For what? He's guilty. That's it. I feel bad for the children. My heart aches for them. I feel bad for Rob's friends. I was friends with some of his good friends very well. And I feel bad for all of them. They were very close to Rob. Again, I don't claim to be his friend. I did not know him. Don't forget my cigars, the Chaz Palminteri Premium.
A real solution. They sent him off to a different state to just go live on his own.
How is he now?
Dead. He got shot.
He got shot.
So it's like they knew that was his fate. And I've spoken to them before. I've spoken to his brother before. Like these were my best friends growing up.
Yeah.
He said, I know he's going to die. It's just a matter of when. Like in terms of like being killed. Like he was such a bad person. He's like, and I think my family would be better off if he was dead.
So TMZ can say the knife wasn't found, but the prosecution, the DA did not say that at the initial press conference. So who do you believe? Everything TMZ says, I take with a pretty massive grain of salt. That doesn't mean I believe everything the prosecution says either, but I think I'm going to take what TMZ says with a grain of salt.
Because he would rob the family, he'd beat up the family, and they just
So how did he get shot?
He was at the wrong place, wrong time, drug dealing, something like that.
He was looking to die.
Yeah, I mean, it was inevitable, but instead of dealing with the actual problem, his parents shipped him away to a different state.
Well, I know a lot of people that they actually feel, when he's in jail, they feel better because at least he's safe.
Yeah.
The only way TMZ could possibly know it, and this is a very charitable interpretation, is the defense is required to get the evidence that's against Nick. Like they have to disclose. And perhaps something that wasn't disclosed was, we didn't find the murder weapon. So perhaps Alan Jackson might have known that because the prosecution didn't disclose that in pretrial evidence. But again, is it even necessary for them to have to do this before the arraignment? No, that's what I'm saying. This is a very charitable thing that I'm saying, but it's just a possibility.
Yes. Well, that's what they were happy when he was in jail. The few Christmases that I've seen I've seen them around the holidays. They're like, "Oh, Louis is in jail. He's better off there. He's not going to disrupt."
How old was he when he died?
He was 26. 26
years old.
He was. Everybody knew it was coming. It was just a matter of when.
Does anybody out there have any stories of anybody who's okay?
Well, and it's kind of weird now because his family's at peace.
They're at peace.
They're at peace, not knowing that he's not going to murder them, knowing that he's not going to get killed again.
He's not going to kill somebody.
Or he's not going to kill somebody. They don't have to deal with him in and out of rehab, in and out of jail. Like they're at peace. It's odd, but some families are like that, where it's better that they're not here.
So, I mean, I saw the films of Rob Reiner, of his son, Nick Reiner, after he killed him. Walked into a 7-Eleven.
He felt no remorse.
Got himself a drink. Like,
I mean, Chaz, he knows this. I mean, there's gangsters, mobsters. They do things like that all the time and then just go on their day, about the day like nothing happened. Like, that's how they roll.
Human mind is pretty incredible, folks. You know? I got to have my wife on an episode because she really was with the kids a lot, always. I think, you know, I don't know. You know, that's another question. Can you have two working parents and still have someone watch the kid? That's a question I got to ask my wife, Jonna.
Well, hear this. I'm not going to say who it is, but somebody I know and I'm very, very close with. They are a major head of school psychology in a district that's very prominent.
Yes.
Both of the parents work.
Yes.
Never home for the kids. She's the head of psychiatry for a major school district, and her kids have problems.
Her kids? Wow. So what does that tell you? There it is.
Like, she's such a highly regarded psychiatrist and this and that, but her kids have problems because she's never home. And
well, this is a topic I wanted to, we got some questions on it. I think we spent the whole episode on it, but if you have some answers to this, or if you know some people, you know your own child who's okay now, I'd like to hear some good stories so I could talk about it a little bit, give them a shout out. Some boy or young girl who managed to go to rehab and recover, turn their life around. You know, that's why I got to tell you, John, when I do, I do my one-man show, A Bronx Tale. And, if you want to see it, just go to chazpalminteri.net. And I just say this because of this reason. At the end of the show, I have 2 or 3 cards. The saddest thing in life is wasted talent. And I ask for young kids to come up, and whoever comes up first, I give them the card, and I tell them they have to stay away from drugs and alcohol and be successful in life. And I've been doing it now for over 30 years. And a lot of times I'll see someone come and they have a boy who's like 30 years old, and she'll say, she'll say to him, take out the card. And he takes out the card. And he goes, you gave this to him 10 years ago when we saw you at the Palladium or whatever. She goes, he turned his life around, and look at him now. He's a lawyer. And it makes me really feel good to see that. I like to see kids succeed. But I like to hear some good stories, some really good stories. So send me your stories, and I could give a shout out to your child or to someone.
Last week, I posted a video where I conceptualized Nick Reiner and the schizophrenia diagnosis. And I shared that when I first heard that he had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, that I disagreed with it. That was until I watched this now infamous interview that Nick and Rob Reiner had back in 2016 when they were promoting their film, Being Charlie. And I said that when you watch that interview, you can see some of the negative symptoms of schizophrenia. So what I want to do today is I want to walk through that interview and kind of tell you how a psychologist might look at that.
And again, some of that interview, I thought some undiagnosed on the spectrum vibes. And again, that's not saying people on the spectrum are normally violent. They are not. I just got some of those vibes. But let's see what he says are the schizophrenia / schizoaffective disorder vibes that he got from this interview.
What we can see and what we can't see. But before we get into that, I want to thank the sponsor for tonight's video, Raycon. I bike because I can't hear what's like, it's so much safer. The Raycons are also, before we jump into this video, I think it's important to note that if I had just watched the interview, I would not have thought this guy must be schizophrenic. I would have thought he's neurodivergent. I would have said there's an odd relationship between father and son.
Neurodivergent, but let's see why he disagrees then.
I would have thought that there's some contempt there on Nick's part, but I think people looking at it now and saying, for sure, this means he's schizophrenic, I think are Monday morning quarterbacking.
It's not exactly a documentary, but it is loosely based on, you know, things that Nick went through and his relationship to me and his mother. And you can talk a little bit more about it, Nick, if you want.
These are like the WWE microphones with the.
Do you want to take it up to that level?
This is obviously a weird comment from Nick, and the interviewer is doing his best to make it seem okay. As an observer, I think it's important to note that Nick is not operating in alignment with sort of normal social discourse. My guess would be he's nervous. He wants this to go well. He wants this to be fun. He's acting as if this is something he was comfortable.
So my presumption about what he's going to say here is, because I haven't listened to this yet, everything he says could be related to schizophrenia. I think it also could be attributed to being on the spectrum. That's my speculation, but I'm open-minded. Let's hear what he says.
With, but he's not comfortable with it. So he's trying to put on humor.
Not talk about the movie and just start trash talking each other really loudly with these microphones.
We could talk some smack, but I don't know. What was the question?
Out this interview, there are multiple instances where Nick loses track of the conversation. And this is one of the cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia. Really poor working memory. Oftentimes they struggle to maintain focus. There's this lack of attention. I mean, in this instance, it was Nick that made the distracting comment.
And that can be explained by being on the spectrum too, honestly. Like anything where you have severe anxiety, if you have severe social anxiety, it's going to be tough because you have this layer of anxiety that's kind of in your face and it's distracting, especially if it's severe. It's hard to not think about it. It's hard to get outside of yourself, which is why so many people that have that severe anxiety, whether it's because of another mental illness or being on the spectrum, they like using because it quiets that anxiety down so they can actually think and actually be social and enjoy being social. That's the other thing. A lot of people that have severe anxiety, especially in groups, it's no longer enjoyable. You're not having fun. But now all of a sudden you take that same person, you give them 6 beers. Oh, now all of a sudden being social is fun. And it's fun having social be fun, as opposed to just always unpleasant.
About wrestling and then lost track of what the conversation was really about.
It was intense. It was difficult at times, but it was also the most satisfying creative experience I've ever had.
It's really clear throughout this entire interview that Rob is drawing a strong parallel between his life and Nick's life and this film. And he's trying to sort of
Thank you very much for this super sticker, Arwen. I really appreciate you. Thank you again. I always love all your support. And did you give 2? Well, you're really the best. What else can I say, Arwen? What else can I say? You get a +1 and a thumbs up for me.
Use the film. I think he's using the film to demonstrate to Nick the progress that is being made in their relationship. It's like Rob is trying to, it feels to me like he's trying to convince himself and his son that they're getting closer as a consequence of this experience.
What did you think? What was the toughest for you? What do you think, Nick?
It wasn't very tough. I mean, it was a pretty nice experience for me. I don't really think it was like tough at all.
So it's a weird response from Nick, right? You've just made a film with your father that mirrors your life, which was full of homelessness and substance abuse. Yeah, I don't know a world where that's not tough, right? And his father was trying to say, hey, this was difficult for us, but it brought us together. And Nick feels sort of unable to connect with that emotional piece.
It wasn't very tough. I mean, it was a pretty nice experience for me. I don't really think it was like tough.
You know, part of me thinks he was just kind of like making a point to be a little passive aggressive here and disagree with his dad in public. kind of like a immature / petulant thing to do. And again, this is the thing to remember about mental illness, that just because someone is mentally ill doesn't mean that mental illness explains every aspect of their behavior. You can still have the defects a normal person has. You can be immature. You can be petulant. You can be disagreeable. You can be passive aggressive. It's not always related to your mental illness. Of course, it can be, but it just doesn't always explain everything.
At all.
Really?
I mean, of course it was a little bit, but
I mean, look at that grimace, right? Those clenched teeth.
It was a little bit, but
there are several times in here where the interviewer is trying to touch on emotion or connection with Rob, and what he gets is a very restrained reaction from Nick. The clenched teeth, he's holding back what he really thinks about the relationship with his father.
We did get into fights over things, but ultimately it forced us to make the film better.
And there it is from Rob. We did get into fights. This wasn't all smooth sailing. Rob will say it and is willing to describe the relationship. And Rob's kind of trying to tell this story arc of, it was difficult, we went through this thing, and now we're better. And Nick, I don't think, thinks they're better. Nick is having to tolerate this interaction. He's putting up with it. But when there's any kind of mention of their connection, you get the grimaces, the restriction. I think Nick is filtering a lot of what he thinks and what he feels towards his father.
I mean, we get into issues, and I would see, the whole process for me, I can just speak for myself, it did make me understand him a lot more.
I think it's also interesting, as Rob is sharing his emotional experience, that Nick's eyes are sort of locked right in front of him. He's not making eye contact with in this case, I don't think Nick easily connects with his father's experience.
I mean, Helen Keller and Ray Charles can see that Nick does not connect with his dad or his experiences, really.
And he's trying to understand how he should act and how he should feel. And so by looking up, he is reducing the distraction. It suggests that he's uncomfortable.
And I think it made me a better father. Hopefully it did.
Now look at this. As Rob is talking about this kind of emotional journey he's been on with his son, Nick looks up. And I think in pop culture, we view that as a sign that someone is lying or manipulating. There's virtually zero data to show that. But it does mean that someone is taxing themselves cognitively. When you look up, you're essentially reducing the amount of distraction that you have. In this case, I don't think Nick connects with what his dad is saying. He doesn't understand or feel what his dad is feeling. And so he's looking up to reduce the distraction.
And so someone said in the chat that they thought that Nick wanted Rob to connect with him. I get the impression that Nick just wasn't even open to the connection. Now, part of that could have been because he just thought, my dad is so much different than me. He's just not going to understand anyway. And so he closed down, which is something I can relate to doing that. I can be that way in a way where if I just am not congruent with somebody, I can kind of shut down and only give them certain parts of me. But again, you have to get to a certain maturity level where all right, what relationships are you really going to try to invest in? Not every relationship is going to be a really in-depth relationship. That's just how it goes. No one chooses their family. So if you find people in your family you can also have a really deep relationship with, I would say consider yourself lucky, because that's certainly not always the case.
You can focus on how he should be responding, how he should be feeling, how he should approach this interaction.
I would do anything. I felt at a loss, so I would do anything that, as we say in the film, anybody with a desk and a diploma, I would.
So the kind of person that would be able to do that for Nick would honestly be someone like me, someone who understands addiction, who understands mental health, can understand that. Now, the extra layer that Nick had is that wealth and being from a celebrity family. That does disconnect you even further. It can, right? If you don't get along with the other people in your circle, now you're even more disconnected. But someone who's an addict struggling with mental health stuff, and he could be himself and let his guard down and have people for the most part be okay with it. But the problem is, if you're truly disturbed and you let your guard down, then you say some pretty awful things sometimes. Or like, and think about it like this. There are people that are predators out there against minors or other kinds of like predators. You can't really talk about that. You're not going to talk about it. The only people that you'd ever even think about talking about that with are other people like you, right? You're going to alienate the other people, as you should, really, right? That's no one's going to want to like connect with people like that. But here's the thing. So if he could find someone he can be himself with, provided who he really is isn't too out of control. But again, look at what we're doing here. What are we talking about? What did he do? He did what he did. So he is like out of control. But given that if he didn't do that, maybe finding someone who's also been through those kinds of things, understands mental health and addiction, that would be the person that he'd be the most likely to connect with, in my opinion.
Listen to them.
There's more of it there. As Rob is talking about what it's like to be a parent, if you look at Nick's eyes, they're not directed at Rob's eyes. He's looking above Rob. He's not trying to make a connection. He's trying to just sort of put up with this conversation, act in the right way, act in an appropriate way, and get through it. Meanwhile, he's fidgeting with his microphone. It makes me feel like at a high level, he's not connecting. He's socially, I think, disoriented or confused, and he's uncomfortable.
And the whole idea of tough love and you have to be a certain way. And it's not my nature. It's not the way I am built, but I went and did that. At the end of the day, I know my child better than an expert does. And I probably should have trusted my own instinct.
I said it in my last video, but I think it's important enough to say it again here. What Rob is describing there, this idea of, I made the mistake of listening to the mental health professionals. I should have listened to myself and listened to my son about what kind of care.
But again, Brenda, he said he didn't connect, but you don't know how open-minded the connection he even was. You can't connect with someone who's unwilling. You can't connect with someone who's not open-minded to even try. So if he thinks he's like better than everyone or something like that, or above them, it's going to be that much harder for him to connect with anybody. So there's many layers that contribute to this. First is the willingness and being open to it. And I don't see that's a slam dunk that he was even open to it.
Care is best for him is a very common experience for caregivers of people that struggle with mental illness. And I think it's a huge mistake. Neither Rob nor Nick are qualified to objectively evaluate Nick's position. And to put that burden on Nick or on Rob is totally unfair. And it puts them both at risk for manipulating the relationship.
Again, so Rob should have trusted the licensed professionals in this case, because when it comes to addiction and character personality disorder issues, they just can't be trusted. You can't trust an addict who's in active addiction to do what's best for them and to not lie and be deceitful. And if the licensed professionals were warning Rob about that, they were very correct to be warning him about that. And I think Rob didn't really know his son like he thought he did. And that's another problem. And then Nick is manipulating his father into all these things. I don't want to do this, this, or this. I want to do it my way. That's what the licensed professionals said. And it seems like they were right. But again, I'll be curious during that 5 years of him on those meds that were working, was he clean in those 5 years? And it's not good enough to just hear that Rob said he was clean. No, that's not good enough because you don't know. Rob might think that, but it doesn't mean it's true. He could be sneaking it or whatever, right? So that's something to keep in mind as well.
They should have absolutely trusted the mental health professionals. I don't know what Rob is referring to as far as, I mean, I can make assumptions. Maybe he was told to keep him into treatment, or maybe he was told to let him stay homeless. I don't know what it was, but my sense is that they should have trusted the professionals and not trusted themselves on this. And it's not Rob's fault that things turned out the way that they did, but you know, as a parent, I think it can be really hard to make sound decisions when your kids are suffering. And Nick was absolutely suffering.
I think the bonding came not from the story itself, but from the fact that we were working on a movie together. We didn't bond a lot as a kid. Like, he really liked baseball. I like basketball, and he could watch that with my brother, but baseball. But I just, when I saw him do that, and it was something that I'm interested in, I was like, wow, like, he really knows a lot. And like,
So he said something here, the guy who runs this channel, that I don't know what I think about this, but he said Nick was clearly suffering. I guess it would depend on what your definition of suffering is. Now, in some of those later pictures, he certainly doesn't look very happy. He looks pretty miserable, if you ask me. So is there some suffering in there? Very well could be. I mean, especially with addictions, there's some suffering involved in addictions as well. And with personality disorders, not only are you suffering, although some of them might not even recognize it as suffering, but you make the people around you suffer too. Right? That's the thing with addictions like that. Addiction and personality disorders are similar in that way, where they don't just impact the person who has it, they impact the people around them, and everyone suffers.
made me feel closer to him and be like, yeah.
Isn't it interesting that what Nick describes as bonding didn't come from the story of the lives that they lived together, right? This is a story about Nick's life and about Rob's life. And they had this journey together as they dealt with it and then created this movie. That's not where the bonding came from. For him, this bonding happened when they did an activity together. In Nick's mind, he never bonded with his father because they liked different sports, right? But anybody in a parent-child relationship knows you can have a very strong relationship with your parent, even if you don't like the same things, right? Your emotional connection is so much more than that. Unless you're dealing with, in this case, it would be the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, right? That social withdrawal, the lack of motivation, the lack of emotional connection. He's unable to experience the alignment that his father so desperately wants. And so in Nick's mind, well, we did this thing together, we had the same activity, that must have been bonding. This is very typical of someone that has poor social cognition. He doesn't understand relationships.
Yeah, I could never get away from the fact that it's personal because we're doing it together.
I'm honestly not so sure about his explanation here. Like, not understanding relationships, or is it just the spectrum? And being socially awkward and having that anxiety layer get in the way, and then you just do stupid things. And again, this is something this guy just might not be able to know about because he hasn't lived it the way I have, right? So it's very difficult for someone who is not on the spectrum to understand completely what it's like to be on the spectrum. It's like, how can you describe it? I try my best to describe it in ways. I don't know how effective I am, but when someone who is in it and has had it, I think they're just going to understand it differently, and they're going to understand it in a way others can't. And so that spectrum piece, to me, it can explain all the things that he's saying is the schizophrenia. I think being on the spectrum could also explain. So far.
You know, every time I look over, that's my son, there's my boy. And so that never goes away, no matter, you know, whatever craft I have, you know, it's always there.
Now look at this. Rob is talking about how personal this has been for him, how much he cares about his son. No matter what, the relationship is more important. He's reaching out, leaning towards his son. But what you see from Nick is virtually zero reciprocation, right? He's sitting there holding the microphone, looking straight ahead. There's no connection. And I think it's more than just Nick, right, having that low social cognition or that impaired ability to create a relationship. I think there's also frustration that Nick has around his father, because it's like, as you watch the whole interview, there was time and time again where his dad is kind of saying, we're closer as a consequence of this because we've both been through something. And my sense is that Nick feels like whatever his dad did through his life isn't forgiven. Like there's no part of this interview where Nick turns around and goes, I understand why he did what he did, and I forgive him. Right?
I mean, the most we ever heard Nick say about his dad that was positive was he said he was very understanding. I think he did say that on the Dopey podcast, right? But again, in Rob's defense here with this, if you have a child who's on the spectrum and you just don't know they're on the spectrum and you don't know how to handle it because you don't know what it is. So again, it starts with not recognizing what it is and then not knowing how to handle it once you, like, it just doesn't seem like he understood Nick's like personality type and what he was all about. And he tried, but he tried unsuccessfully to connect. And again, especially when you're on the spectrum, it takes a long time for you to even figure it out yourself. That's the other thing here. So Nick, yeah, he went to all these rehabs and did all these things, but that doesn't mean he's understanding himself at all yet. It takes a long time, especially when you have to unravel addiction and mental health and maybe being on the spectrum. It's a lot to unravel. I mean, I didn't even really truly unravel it, like even start. And it's not even fully unraveled for me. There's still more to go. I think there's always more to go. But in my late 20s, early 30s is what it took for me. So it's a lot. And I also recognize there's a lot of luck involved too sometimes. I got lucky. Other people, they just don't get as lucky. But that's one of the reasons why I'm as passionate as I am about this topic, because I try to share about things that have worked for me. And if people are open to it, I'm here to like share what's worked for me, share some experience, strength, and hope, as they say. But I've also learned I don't shout it from the rooftops anymore, because there's a lot of people who don't even want to hear it anyway. They'll say, "Who asked you? No one asked you." And they'll say, "Well, you take supplements. I hate supplements. They're not FDA approved." It's like, oh, shut up. Like, I'm sharing one thing that's worked for me. No one should be married to their one particular solution, because you should understand everyone's different. Different things are going to work for different people, and that's okay. But so many people just don't understand that. They think this one method worked for me, so it should work for everyone. Everyone has to do it this way, or they're wrong. And it's like, dude, that's not how it works. That's not how humans work.
His dad sort of says, "I made a mistake," and Nick goes blank. Like there's no acknowledgement or appreciation for what Rob's experience was.
We all stayed at a hotel, the Hyatt House, at this, and we all hung out after every day. And that kid, when he first showed up, he had like a book about junkies. He had like watched some YouTube, and he started asking me questions.
If you watch the full interview, you notice time and time again that Nick drops words in his discussion, which is not necessarily a symptom of any kind of neurodiversity at the level that he's doing it, right? I don't think his speech is totally disorganized, but I do think it means that essentially your brain has only so much energy.
So I'll say my basics for supplements. I tell people to start small. Start with some B vitamins. Niacinamide, vitamin B3 really helped me. And then D3, vitamin D3. And then magnesium, zinc. What else? I take some probiotic. That's really helped me too. But those start with the basics and then you go onward from there. And then maybe you can take like some taurine, some amino acids, you try them. And there's certain things that I take that I wouldn't necessarily recommend first. Something like SAM-E, for example. SAM-E is powerful. And also to note, if someone's manic depressive, you shouldn't take SAM-E unless you also have some version of a mood stabilizer. I also take lithium orotate, which is basically a natural version of lithium carbonate. Much less powerful, though. It's just a supplement. It's not a drug. But that's also helped me, helps calm things down a little bit. There's a lot of things, and I consider them all pieces of the puzzle. And I'm sensitive to them all. Like if I did one thing differently, I would totally feel the difference. And people say, "Oh, it's just a placebo effect." No, not a placebo effect. And I know this because I'll notice myself feeling off, and then I'll backtrack my steps and say, "What did I do differently? Oh shit, I forgot to do this." And then I feel better once I take it. So I feel the feeling first before realizing I messed something up. That's how you know it's not just a placebo.
can leverage. And part of what it's doing is thinking and being linear and telling the story and conceptualizing what's happening. And the other part is managing what's happening with you internally, the emotional part of your brain. When you are really nervous, when you're anxious, this happens oftentimes with people that have PTSD. When you're overwhelmed by emotion, oftentimes you sort of drop the cognitive side of things. You drop the script, you drop the linear piece of the story and start dropping words. So when I hear him try to communicate and jump in and hold some of the weight of this interview and start dropping words, I think it tells you that he's very uncomfortable. He's nervous in this space. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that he's trying to deal with. And as a result, he starts dropping words.
Conversation that Nick had with somebody that he encountered in, and so they put it right in the script.
Yeah, the confusion in that scene is very real, and I sort of got a sense when I watched it, like this is a real conversation.
Yeah.
I can tell that this conversation
This actually happened to Nick,
somewhere,
and he couldn't figure out what that. I mean, for the
Here's another example of Nick sneering. His face is twisted. He doesn't like the story. He doesn't like the way it's being used. He's super uncomfortable. He is uncomfortable to the point of feeling anger.
Who's your favorite wrestler? If you say Rowdy Roddy Piper or Macho Man Randy Savage, we got to be friends, man.
Don't say those.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite?
I used to love Rey Mysterio as a kid.
Yeah, that
Bob Van Dam.
So we've established that Nick is awkward and uncomfortable and he struggles to connect to people, right? But the only person he's talking to really is his father. When someone in the audience mentions something that Nick likes, look at how different Nick's face is. He immediately lightens up. We're talking about wrestling. Nick knows wrestling. This is in his lane. And he looks cheerful, which tells me that he does have the capacity to connect. He does have the capacity to feel affection. Like, to me, that look on his face looks like affection. But notice he's never giving it to his father.
And I took them to some of the WWE events. They got to get on, on the stage.
I didn't.
No, you didn't.
It was Jake.
No, but what wasn't that guy with the?
What does that sound like? That sounds like almost an envious of Jake thing. Like, oh, maybe Jake was like a golden child-ish type person, and Nick feels like he's more of a scapegoat / black sheep. Possibly. But again, being this disagreeable about it in public with him, that's like a little bit of an embarrassing thing to do. Like, it's almost like he's trying to embarrass Rob and like, see, you're wrong. You brought Jake there, not me. It's like a little bit of I want to call it passive aggressive, but like it's supposed to make him feel a little bit ridiculous and embarrass him.
No, the guy with the broke the.
It was Jake.
And what did you do?
Some of our favorite comics are.
Okay, comics. No, but you were there. You got to meet.
I wasn't there.
Rob shares the story and he's trying to connect with his son, but there is resentment on Nick's part. I wasn't even there. You think it was me, and it wasn't me. And even though the spotlight is on, the cameras are on, Nick will not give it to Rob, right? I mean, you could say, like, an average person would have said, yeah, Dad, I was there. It was great. Moving on. Let's keep this storyline going.
Correct. That's what a normal, socially calibrated person would do. Yeah, let's not make a scene about this and dispute this in public. We're supposed to be promoting the movie here. Let's just like work in tandem with one another and collaborate. Yeah, the story might not be 100%, but let's go with it. But instead, he's like, nah, I'm gonna put my foot down and say it was him, not me.
Keep this connection going. We're trying to sell this movie. But Nick will not give it up. For him, the fact that this is untrue is important, and he's going to stick to his guns. A, because Nick may be linear in how he describes things. He doesn't understand the emotional context. And B, because he resents the fact that his dad never took him to those kinds of events. So if you sort of step back and look at this interview, now that we know, I mean, the reports are that he's schizophrenic. If you look at this, what he's displaying here is many of what we describe as negative symptoms of schizophrenia: the withdrawal, the lack of emotion, the lack of motivation, the inability to connect, the sort of the social confusion, all those negative symptoms. And there's also cognitive symptoms. There are times when he loses focus or struggles to pay attention. The working memory is low. All of that is there. But even if the schizophrenia diagnosis is wrong, you can see someone that is neurodivergent, that has, in my mind, disdain towards his father. There is a history here that is preventing Nick from connecting to his dad. So those are my thoughts when I watch it. Let me know what you think in the comments below.
So with all of that, I mean, I don't think he said anything that couldn't also just be explained by social anxiety or being on the spectrum. Correct me if I'm wrong, but, or even just the other immaturity and whatever else, character, personality disorder stuff, but nothing like very specifically towards schizophrenia. But again, it could be one of the things going on. Dude, you got so many videos lined up. Hmm.
This is The Big Breakdown, a long look back at some of the biggest stories we're covering for you at the Hidden Killers podcast and True Crime
themselves.
I was debating on whether watching this one or the one where he talks about the Rob Reiner family codependency. This will be the last one because Tony Bruschi here, he's gone over the same things over and over, but some of it, he sprinkles in some new in some of them as well.
Or you. Rob and Michelle Reiner chose the second option. It killed them. But here's the part nobody wants to say out loud. What else were they supposed to do? Nick Reiner is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder. His defense attorney is building an insanity defense. And the public conversation.
And in terms of what people can learn from the case, this is the ultimate question here, right? What else could they have done differently? And I think that's a very pertinent question to ask.
Has mostly split into 2 camps, people who blame Nick entirely and people who want to blame the mental health system. But the truth is uglier than either of those narratives. The truth is that Rob and Michelle Reiner were trapped. Legally, financially, emotionally trapped. And the system that was supposed to help them offered nothing but a series of impossible choices. This is a very deep, very large problem where there's issues here, over there, and back here, and that way too. We're going to get into all of this. Before we do, let me ask you this. Please press subscribe wherever it is you are listening to us or watching us. YouTube, podcast channels, whatever it may be. Please do hit that. It helps us. Lets other folks know you like our reporting. And then you get all of our stories.
Actually, this is not even the one I want to watch.
This is Hidden Killers Live. With
bodies in the bedroom, there was a family. The Reiners looked from the outside like Hollywood royalty. functioning at the highest level. Rob Reiner, the legendary director behind some of the most beloved films of the last 40 years. Michelle Singer Reiner, a photographer, producer, and by all accounts, the emotional center of the family. 4 children, a Brentwood estate, a Malibu beach house, $200 million. But inside that family, everything revolved around Nick. Sources describe a household organized around one person's chaos, Nick's addiction, Nick's relapses, Nick's outbursts, Nick's needs. Rob and Michelle didn't just fund his treatment, they restructured their lives around it. Michelle hired a private yoga instructor because Nick was too disruptive for group sessions. The family made a movie together about Nick's addiction, hoping shared creative work might be the thing that finally saved him. They kept him in the guest house at 32 years old, paid him $10,000 a month to exist, and absorbed crisis after crisis for 17 years. Meanwhile, there were other children, Jake, Romy, Tracy, watching their parents pour everything into their sibling who kept taking and never got better. This is a story that knows no bounds. It's not just a Hollywood celebrity story. This is a story that plays out in American homes and families in every single income bracket level you can imagine. Psychotherapist Siobhan Scott is here to examine what happens inside a family system when one member's dysfunction becomes the organizing principle of everyone's life, and why the people who love the hardest sometimes enable the most. Siobhan, thank you for joining us. I've been looking forward to this conversation over the holiday break as we've been kind of thinking about all this. When one child in a family has severe addiction or mental health issues, how does the entire family system kind of reorganize themselves around that person? What happens to that structure, the roles, and the emotional energy of a family when this sort of chaos is going on?
It changes everything for everybody in the family.
So again, what is this? This is the dysfunctional family, but it's the addicted family, which is similar to that of with a narcissistic parent. And let's not get it twisted. A lot of times the addicted family also has a narcissistic parent. It's not mutually exclusive. They can overlap. So depending on who the person with the addiction is, though, that does matter. If it's a parent, usually they're going to be with more of an enabler, and the enabler they're the one holding it all together. Often the one with the addiction is hanging on by a thread. At best, they're functional at best, but often they are not. And then people in that family play roles. They play roles to be safe, to stay safe, and to earn the love of the parents. And often, like the enabler parent will defend and forgive the alcoholic addict parent. And it can be very invalidating for the kids. But the kids learn, well, when mommy or daddy is drinking, you stay away. Or to try to lie low because you never know how they're going to act. And they'll probably have favorites. There could be an all good child or an all bad child, golden child, or a scapegoat. All of this is part of it. But if the kid is an addict, then that adds another wrinkle, right? It depends on what kind of parents you have. Are they going to be the people that try to just ignore it and be neglectful? No, doesn't sound like that was Rob and Michelle. They seemed fairly invested in trying.
I think families can handle it one of two ways. There are families who really don't understand mental illness, and they cut we'll say the adolescent, because that's when people generally become symptomatic. They cut them off, and they basically cut all ties. They don't give them money. They don't engage with them. The sick person goes out into the street, lives a homeless lifestyle, and the family just sort of carries on and erases them. So that's one pattern that you see. And then the other pattern is what I think we're seeing here, where the parents become incredibly enmeshed and put all their time and energy and money into trying to save them. And as we've seen here,
So enmeshment, for those who don't know, is when the boundaries are blurred between the individuals. A lot of dysfunctional family systems are subscribed to a distorted version of reality, and boundaries are not acceptable. You have to do what is best for the family unit. Being autonomous is not acceptable. Being independent is not acceptable. Having your own thoughts and feelings is not acceptable. And how do you know it's not acceptable? You'll get punished. How do you get punished? You get criticized, guilt-tripped, shamed, or maybe they will withhold love and affection. Maybe they'll be passive-aggressive. Maybe they'll rage. Maybe they'll be very angry at you. Maybe they'll triangulate you with other people. Why can't you be more like your brother or sister? Why can't you be more like your other friends? Or fill in the blank with whatever it is. But that's usually how that goes.
There are people who just can't be saved.
And I think there's a lot of families who go through this. Especially just watching the reactions to our commentary and our reporting on this over the last month. So many people, this is touching a chord. This is really striking home for a lot of people because they've been in these sort of situations. And everybody, depending on where they are in those family structures, is affected a little bit differently and in different ways. Rob and Michelle Reiner had the 3 other kids. So if we're speaking from a sibling perspective, which often is exactly this, they're watching their one sibling self-destruct and the parents slowly be ground down to nothing while trying to support them. You got Jake, Romy, and Tracy in this case. I mean, what's the psychological experience of being the sibling who doesn't have the problem, watching your parents pour resources and attention?
Absolutely, Maureen. I'm glad you said that. And that's something that a lot of psychotherapists, the originals that created these philosophies, they would say that too. I think Carl Jung was one that said too. He said, you can't just treat one person in the family. You need to treat them all because often it's a family problem. The dysfunction is rooted in the home. So you pull out one person, well, that person can work on themselves, but if they're going back to the same dysfunctional family unit, they're still in the toxic system. And it's very hard to heal when you're in the environment that hurts you. Very difficult to heal in that same environment. So again, it would require working on everyone in the family. But what does that require? It requires them all to be willing. And unfortunately, a lot of times they are not willing, or some people are willing and some aren't. And the person that needs it most is probably the person who is most likely to say they don't need it and say it's other people's problem. That's generally what you'll see.
And the one that does.
It affects the parents, it affects the siblings. And as I would imagine in this case, if you have a sibling in the home and very involved still in the family, being included in family dinners, it disrupts everything. They don't know what normal is. And sometimes it becomes scary. And I've seen siblings of people with schizophrenia who come into therapy themselves for their post-traumatic stress disorder because they live a life always fearing something violent could happen, something awful could happen. And it disrupts their development in every way. Plus, they don't get the kind of focused attention from the parents that they would get if they had a functional, normal sibling.
Well, and during this whole process now, Rob and Michelle have been allegedly murdered. Well, they've been
They're
unalive.
dead. They've been murdered.
They're dead. Okay, they've been murdered. Trying to be, careful here, but they're gone. So during this process, Nick is now getting more attention in this next venue. So it's not just while everybody's alive in the family dynamic. Now that this has occurred, he's still getting the attention. The other siblings are not. So the pattern continues now. We are focusing on him. And obviously today we're talking about the other siblings too. But for the most part, when you look at the headlines, everybody's talking about Nick.
Yeah.
So he is still getting the attention. This damn kid is still getting all of the attention.
Yeah. It affects everybody really deeply. And there's also, particularly in a case like this with parents murdered, there's a sense of shame and stigma. And everybody, as we are, everybody's talking about it and trying to make sense of it and saying, where could this have been interrupted? Could it have been interrupted? And so it consumes their lives and their identities in a way it's hurtful. It's really hard on them.
Yeah, I think probably the big question that, what another really truly is here's the answer to, but I'm going to throw it out there anyhow, that I'm going to guess a lot of siblings go through in those private conversations when outside of dealing with the addict, just with the folks who are of a healthy mind, is, what is the right thing to do here? As they're watching their parents be worn down, as they're feeling it themselves being worn down, what is the right thing to do in a situation like this, where it's specifically this, where we're talking about the Reiners, where they were watching for years, their parents go out of their way to try and
this is the $1 million question. What could or should they have done? And these two are a psychotherapist, author, and the co-host. So we'll pay attention to what the psychotherapist, Chauvin Scott, has to say, what her answer is.
And make Nick feel comfortable, ignoring experts at some point, literally falling victim to the bullshit of an addict, of the addict saying, don't believe the experts, believe me, believe the addict who's going to lie to you, who's going to make things up and let me live in your guest house while you write me a check for 10G every month.
Yeah.
I mean, they fell for it. And if you're the kids and you're watching this, because there's got to be a lot of people listening and watching this right now going, my parents are in the same sort of boat. Maybe not the same sort of money boat, but the same sort of attention boat. What do you say to them? What is the right thing to do when that sort of dynamic is at play?
This case is particularly complicated because we've got dual disorders going on, or what we often call co-occurring disorders going on. And this is the hardest situation to navigate. Schizophrenia, I don't think there's any doubt that he had it, is a hellish illness. Nobody gets up in the morning.
No doubt that he had it. What a bold claim. I wonder why she's so sure about that. Does she know something that we don't?
And says, I want to be confused, have delusions, have hallucinations, and not know what reality is. It's an incredibly, intensely uncomfortable state of being that people don't have control over. And as very often is the case, you combine addiction with that. And that's when people can become dangerous, particularly if they are using or have ever used meth, which is known to cause paranoia and violence. So you've got addiction, you've got schizophrenia, and then let's throw in possibly, it's certainly possible to have some psychopathic personality traits where you're extra manipulative and extra exploitative.
All right, +1 for Mrs. Scott for that one, because it's the first time I've heard that pretty much from almost anyone. Like in the beginning, I think there was that one other doctor that was saying something similar, the woman who talks about psychopaths. But since then, we've heard very little about personality disorders of the cluster B variety. And she's mentioning it. So +1. I don't necessarily agree that it's such a slam dunk on the schizophrenia. I don't know how she knows that unless she's treated him at a point, which I don't think she has. But +1 for this part.
And you can get this bundle of things together. This is not a person who may ever respond to treatment. It doesn't matter how much money you spend or what kind of programs you put them in. This is a very bad combination. And so there is no clear path forward for parents. And we've talked before how much we've got kids, how much we love our kids, and how you do anything to save your kids. But it is possible for families to become too enmeshed, to allow this to dominate their world. And that's really when we go into the area of codependency, and letting this other person who is ill, who has this multitude of problems, letting them ruin their lives, and in this case, kill them. So what do? You've got to find your local resources, because there's no national policies on this. It's all state to state.
And so notice also, she is using the correct definition of codependency. The correct definition of codependency is not someone who's in a relationship with a narcissist. The correct definition is someone who is codependent on a substance with an addict. So the addict is the dependent, and the people around them are codependent on that substance because of their relationship with the addict. That's the correct definition of codependency.
County to county, and different places have different resources, but you need to find somebody that can help you create a plan through your unique situation in your family. And bottom line, you've got to take care of yourselves. You've got to stay safe. You've got to take care of the other young people in the family. And that's really hard. What we need is a lower bar for involuntary assisted outpatient treatment, where there are places to live run by professionals, where there's drug testing, where there's a structured treatment program. And we have a few of these places that are voluntary.
So I agree with this, but I would add not just outpatient, inpatient. We need more facilities that are inpatient against their will, even in some cases, if they're dangerous enough. But at the very least, more places where they can go for a little longer term, maybe even indefinitely, depending. But more structured environment, get them clean off the drugs, get them stabilized on a med. I agree. That is what is needed. More than just outpatient, though. Often that's not going to be enough when there's an addiction involved.
Of course, there aren't nearly enough. They're underfunded. And folks with this constellation of symptoms and personality, they don't go voluntarily. So we need to change laws so that judges can say, you know what, you're living on the streets or you're dangerous, and we're not going to let this continue. You just don't have the choice to continue to live this way.
Amen. Amen. This woman, I should say, I like her.
And help the families in that way, because at this point there are families like the Reiners who just don't see a good option. They've tried throwing money at it, they've tried programs, and having known many people who worked in treatment programs like that, there's nothing magic that happens in treatment. Basically, people are given tools, they're assessed, they're given medications, but it's still up to them to follow the plan. And it's very easy, as it said, Nick would game the system and say, I'm just quitting the drugs long enough to get out of here. And that's where that psychopathy piece comes in. And that just makes it. There are families like the Reiners who just don't see a good option. They've tried throwing money at it. They've tried programs, and having known many people who worked in treatment programs like that, there's nothing magic that happens in treatment. Basically, people are given.
Correct. That's the other thing I wanted to circle back to. There is nothing magic happening at rehab, which is why, as someone who's been to rehab, what I say is the best thing it does is it gets you that length of time away from the drugs or drink. That's what it does. And it gives you like a little bit of a reset. So you can see, okay, what else might be going on here? Do you need meds? Do you need whatever? Right? But that's the best thing it does. It's not a magic wand, and it's not going to work if the person is just completely closed-minded and not willing a lot of times. Although I have heard that many times people can go, they're not willing at first, but while they're there, they do become willing. That can happen too. That can happen too. But yeah, it's not a magic wand. It gives you that space, and that space is very helpful.
Tools, they're assessed, they're given medications, but it's still up to them to follow the plan. And it's very easy, as it said, Nick would game the system and say, I'm just quitting the drugs long enough to get out of here.
And at the minimum, like usually the best programs are longer term, minimum 90 days. But preferably 6 months to a year. The longer the program, the better the results is usually what you see.
And that's where that psychopathy piece comes in. And that just makes it, there's just, in some cases, there's just not going to be a good outcome. We just hope that it's not with people being killed.
Well, and I wonder too if the price tag also made them feel like they were doing everything that they could. $70,000 a month, You're probably thinking in your mind, well, there's nothing more I can do. This is the top of the limit.
Yeah.
Everything is being done. When in fact, maybe it was just a mediocre program. I really don't know I can't say. I don't have the expertise to say, but maybe it was just an average program and he needed something completely different. But because of that price tag, they thought, well, this is the best of the best.
My guess,
I don't think autistic symptoms are related to narcissistic parents. I think it's genetic for the very most part. Now, I say genetic, but I don't completely rule out environmental factors either. I'm not sure. I don't know what the environment might be doing something, chemicals, whatever. I don't know. I'm not ruling it out, but I do think a lot of it is biological and genetic. So you can't be given like autism by your parents. You can get it by the genes. They can give it to you that way. But environmentally from parents, I don't think so. Now, chemically and whatever else, because of your upbringing, that's a different story. I don't know. I'm not sure. Most people will say, no, that's out of control. It's just completely genetic. There's no such thing as any kind of chemical or environmental thing that can do it. I would be a little hesitant to go that far. I would say, we don't know. We don't completely know with that yet. That's what I would say.
he got the best of the best because it's not that hard to investigate. What do they get at these programs? Families can come in and visit. You can see what's going on there. But the uncomfortable reality is the best of the best does not have the power to change the brain. I mean, sometimes people are very lucky and they get on an antipsychotic medication that clears up their thinking. The delusions and hallucinations go away. However, if you combine meth use with that, you have got a very broken brain and a complete loss of judgment. And it's hard for those of us.
I agreed with her all until this. I don't know if I agree with this. And this schizophrenic part too, but it's sometimes they just don't care. They don't care. It's not that they aren't aware. They just don't care. It's not that they don't see. They disagree. Everything I've seen just points to all of those character traits that were disordered. That it's more of a choice. It's a choice. I don't buy it. I don't buy the mental health excuse in this case. I do not buy it. I think he needs to be held accountable.
Us who have never experienced psychosis to understand how powerful it is. But when we talk about a person hearing voices and having delusions, it's not just like they're imagining voices. Like we may say, oh, I can still remember my mother's voice and my mother's long dead and I hear her voice in my head. It's not the same as that. They are literally hearing the centers of the brain that control the auditory system are lighting up. They are clearly hearing this. They're delusions. They believe it 100%.
She's talking about schizophrenic delusions now. And she's talking about one of the 3 reasons that we've talked about before of why a schizophrenic person might be violent. And it sounds like, oh yes, they're hearing these voices and might be telling them to do things. It sounds like that's what she's saying happened to Nick here. I don't know about that.
And so for some people, the medications don't work or it's not the right combination of medications. And you can have an exquisite treatment program with lots of individual therapy, lots of group therapy, with extracurricular things like yoga classes that they hope are calming to people. I mean, I think these...
So Mystery, I'm going to put this up because I've seen a lot of people say this, and I don't agree with this. I don't agree with Rob with this. Rob Reiner said every person in jail for a violent crime had a nightmare childhood, Illuminati sacrifice to give access to their children, blah, 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 blah. That next part is also total speculation. But the first part, there's people who are just born bad. I think there's people that are born bad. They didn't necessarily need to have an extremely terrible childhood. They're born bad. If you read East of Eden by John Steinbeck, there's a character in the book named Kathy. Her parents were totally great, normal, loving, caring. And she murdered them both. She burned their house down in a way that she didn't get caught. And so I think that's a thing. So I disagree with Rob Reiner when he says that. I think our people that are in jail Did many of them have a bad childhood too? Sure. Sure, many of them can. But I just don't think it's mandatory. I don't think it's necessary. You can be bad either way.
Expensive programs do a very good job, but some people are just not going to respond to it and are not going to be amenable to treatment. And there are people we just can't save in that way. And so this is where, society is kind of throwing up our hands going, what do we do? And after some of the shows that we've done recently, I've had people write me who have a family member in their home, and it's altering their lives.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to try to say, I have complete empathy for you, but I can't advise you. You've got to find resources in your community.
Yeah.
And we just want to give as much support as we can, but sometimes there just doesn't appear to be a fix.
Well, it feels like this.
So here's my suggestion. In lieu of a lack of community resources, you try to find people that have been through something similar. So, and where would you find such people? Well, maybe at a 12-step program. If you don't like 12-step programs, maybe a smart recovery. I don't discriminate. If smart recovery is better for you, then so be it. But or maybe church groups, anywhere that has any kind of work with people that are struggling, you might find people that have gone through their issues and are doing better with them. Those are the people, to me, that are the most invaluable, because they're the ones that can most closely relate to the people struggling. You might also find them at rehabs or etc. But that's something I would try. I would say you look into those areas. There'll be people that have experience with these things. So a smart recovery group or a 12-step program, there's a lot of people with a lot of experience with a lot of different things in those places.
Stigma of guilt that exists,
Yes.
with parents or whoever it may be that's taking care of someone like this. You feel like, I'm either gonna.
No, I don't. I'll answer you here. So she says, Jared, so you believe someone who stabbed both parents to death is not insane? Yeah, I think you can definitely not be insane and do that. You can just be character disordered, have a personality disorder. You can be a psychopath. And then those other things add to it. There's addictions. There's crystal meth use, maybe. Yeah, you don't need to be insane to do it. You get to be technical about your definition of insane. And the version of insane I'm saying is not the kind of insane where you would get an NGI, not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't buy that. How you would is maybe you're the schizophrenic type that here's one of those 3 reasons. Dr. Grande went over it in a video we went over a while ago. But the 3 reasons a schizophrenic person might be violent, if you fit one of those categories, okay. Maybe now you truly don't know right from wrong, and you don't know the quality or character of what you've done. Maybe then you would apply for an NGI. But I don't think so in this case. So by that version of insane, no.
Help you get better, or I'm going to die trying.
Yeah.
And most of the time you die trying.
Yeah.
It's usually not the other way around where that works. And everyone around you, whether they physically die or metaphorically die, mentally, emotionally along that path is a whole other thing. Is the answer ever to keep a person like this in your guest bedroom? In this case, they had a guest house. For most of us, it's a couch. Is that ever the answer? As well-intended as that may be, as loving and empathetic as a parent would be, and never wanting to see your child dying on the streets. Because that's the whole thing. It's easy.
This is a good question for the chat. So chat, do you think psychopaths are insane? Good question, right? So psychopaths, so now you're also talking about serial killers too. Are serial killers insane? And I would say not the version of insane that would give you an NGI, not guilty by reason of insanity. I think they are insane to the normal human, but that's not the definition the courts would use of insanity. But what do you think? Would you consider psychopaths insane? I think some people say that word just not in a technical way. The person's insane. But no, that's probably not even the right word to use. It's more like they have impaired to no empathy. They have no empathy, and they want what they want at all costs. To me, that's a more accurate description than insane. But what do you think, chat?
To say, well, kick him out. Maybe they'll either get better or they'll suffer and they'll die. I mean, it's easy to say when it's not your kid. I can't contemplate going through this as a parent. I hope to God I never have to. But it's far from me to judge and say, well, it must have been an easy choice for them. But is it ever truly an answer? Just someone who doesn't have any skin in this game, is it ever truly an answer, a good answer to put that person in your house, in your care? Or is that just simply going to be a recipe for disaster, no matter how you spin it, for everyone involved?
It depends on the case. I know people who do have an adult child, and somebody made the point, why are we still calling him a kid? He was 32. I think when you're a parent, they're always your kids. And for those of us that have kids, we still think of them. I've got middle-aged sons. They're still my kids, right?
They always will be.
They always will be. And I know people who are making it work, but that's because their adult child is on medication. They may not function real well, but they're certainly not dangerous and threatening. They're not putting holes in the walls. They do some basic housekeeping. And I know families who are making it work. However, if you have someone prone to violence, who's abusing drugs, who's threatening, who's tearing the house up, I hate to see people try to live with that. And that's where we need them in some kind of a residential treatment center where they have professionals managing them. And that, should include drug testing to make sure that they're not putting meth in their system that's going to even escalate and increase the danger. And so I would advise people, find everything you possibly can as far as a resource. Consult with your county behavioral health department, because if you're living with danger, that's no way to live. It's no way to put other people in the home in danger. And, I've seen cases where the parents lock their bedroom doors at night because they're afraid that someone is going to, the person is going to come in and
in the extreme cases, that does happen. And people more commonly with addiction, they have to hide their wallets and purses under their pillow because the addict family member would steal it or sell anything that isn't pinned down. Absolutely happens. That's more common amongst the men. Women do that too, but often the addicts, women, they turn to selling themselves a lot of times. That's usually the way they go. And men can do it too. They go the old gay for pay, as they say.
Attack them in their sleep.
I think if you're ever locking your doors in your home from other people that you're sharing your house with, there's a problem going.
There
was
really
just going
is.
to ask, what does that do to the parents? We've talked about Nick, we've talked about the siblings, but the PTSD that these parents are going through on a daily basis, not to mention what they are struggling with in their own lives. They're aging, they may start to have mental decline, physical decline, and they're still dealing with all of this. So I just feel like there's not enough resources out there for families dealing with this. And that's what we're getting at. But it feels helpless to sit and.
So 2 things here. Both of these are interesting questions to go over. Femi says, Jared, a boy I taught in kindergarten, I came in one morning and every fish in the aquarium had straight pins pushed through them. So real fish. But this person's in kindergarten, and this is what they did. This, to me, speaks to a troubled person here. Now, granted, people can be abused younger than that as well, but generally, if you're doing that by that age, there's something going on. Like there's something in that person's brain that was probably there from birth, and they're just different. They're different, and you got to watch out for that. That's the warning sign of a serial killer. Cruelty towards animals. As a child, you watch out for that. And this is the good question. Jared, did you become a liar when an addiction? If so, how did you overcome lying? Very good question. So I did. I would lie to my parents all of the time. Why? Because they wanted to stop me from doing what I wanted to do. I wanted to drink and use drugs, and they were hell-bent on me not doing that. So I became a master liar and deceiver and manipulator because I wanted to do what I wanted to do at all costs. Now, maybe if I came from like a super liberal household, maybe those lies wouldn't have been as necessary. Maybe. I don't know. But again, like, do you think Nick Reiner had to lie to his parents? He probably did. And they did come from a liberal household, right? But again, it just depends on the parents, right? Each parent will be a little different in terms of how they see drug use. But my parents were very strict about it. Even drinking and weed, they thought weed was the worst. And it was out of the question for me to even think about stopping. So I had to do what I had to do to continue doing what I wanted to do. And that meant lying. Now, how did I stop it? Well, that's where the 12-step programs came in. When I got serious about bettering myself and I truly threw myself in to the 12-step programs and really worked the steps, you learn spiritual principles, honesty, humility, open-mindedness, willingness, gratitude, not being so self-centered. And it kind of undoes all of the toxic mesh that you've become to continue your active addiction. And then there's a spiritual component in the 12 steps, a higher power. All of it helped me. But you actually have to want to, you need to value those principles. And I did. I learned to value those principles. So, I really do my best to not lie today. I do my best to have humility and have self-awareness and to work on myself. So that's what did it for me. And a lot of the things I talk about, I learned that the root of it is things I learned in those 12-step programs. To me, there's a lot of wisdom there that some people probably neglect it, especially the people that maybe are a little more on the atheist side of things. They don't like anything involving higher powers. So if you're an atheist out there, smart recovery is more up your alley, more than likely. And thankfully, that's an option that's available to people.
And contemplate what these people have gone through, and they are on the national stage, but they're also our neighbors too. People next door to us are probably going through a very similar thing as well.
Yeah, very, very, very common, unfortunately. And people do have shame, and because of that, they don't talk about it. And the other piece that has occurred to me is sometimes it's easier for families to say it's a drug problem rather than a mental illness problem, because the drug problems, you can just help them get clean, right? That's the idea. And then they're going to be okay. Whereas a chronic disease like schizophrenia, it doesn't go away. It may be managed. People may go on to live fairly functional lives if they're lucky and get on the right drugs, if we can fix it. But, and there's also the piece that schizophrenia is genetic, it's inherited. And so parents feel an incredible amount of guilt and shame when they acknowledge that. And,
and that part's true. Large genetic component to schizophrenia. Absolutely.
Looking back at who else in the family may have had this and trying to connect the dots and make sense of it. It's a rough road. And sometimes it's easier for parents to hold on to hope when they can just blame the drugs. They see that that's maybe something that's fixable.
And creating the environment where the adult child is there in the home. and they're just an arm's length away. It's almost emulating childhood into a certain extent, where we're giving you an allowance.
Yeah.
We're going to take you to the parties with us.
Yeah.
We're going to basically treat you like you're 12. That probably does create somewhat of a false sense of hope and a false sense of security and a false sense of safety. When you have, well, this was a good day. It was a good week. You have good stretches where things aren't bad. And then it's, utter pure chaos,
like an abusive spouse almost.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's insidious as well. So I'm guessing it's probably not always the easiest for the parents to recognize the dangers that they're facing for themselves or anyone else sharing the residence with them, because of the insidious nature of this, where it may start out where it's just a little bit of this, it's a little bit of that, and it just boom, boom, boom. Yeah. And then by the time it's so insane, you're taking your addict son to your Christmas parties that are formal, and he's showing up in a hoodie and freaking everybody out, and you didn't even think twice about it because it becomes such a normal part of your life, but to everybody else it's like, what the hell's going on over here?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. They don't objectively see the situation and they don't recognize the danger. When I first read about him going up to people in the parties, getting in their personal space, trying to start arguments with them, immediately I said there's paranoia going on. And that is a classic psychotic.
So psychotic. So that's the thing, though. Paranoia is not always psychotic, though. It can be, but not always. But the question I was going to ask you all is, should I invite this woman on the channel for an interview at a point? 1 for yes and 2 for no.
Date where, the person sees someone across the room and says, they're talking about me, they're whispering about me, they're up to no good, they're doing something. And so they go up and they start attacking people verbally, and they get too close and they get threatening. And you need to call 911 in that case.
Which is what was suggested. But again, I mean, nobody knows how to deal with these sort of things in that moment. I don't expect anybody to either. I mean, unless everyone's a practicing clinician. I mean, even then, it's still like, whoa, like what's going on here?
Want more on this case and others? Then press subscribe now.
So we got to look up her name here. There it is. Siobhan Scott. All right. Got it down here. So, should we do one more video here or call it a night? We have 3 hours and 25 minutes here. So it looks like that video might have been a clip of this video.
Hospital, he ended up in prison. He's been all over the place, bumped around. It's my personal belief that he never would have developed the schizophrenia without the meth.
That sounds all right. So she's one that would believe that you can drug yourself into schizophrenia. But we should rewind this.
17 years. Meanwhile, there were other children, Jake, Romy, Tracy, watching their parents pour everything into their sibling who kept taking and never got better. This is a story that knows no bounds. It's not just a Hollywood celebrity story. This is a story that plays out in American homes and families. And
thank you very much for this, Heather. I'm glad you're enjoying the discussion. And I know you provide stuff with the friend of Bill as well, which is good. I like it. And thank you again.
Every single income bracket level you can imagine. Psychotherapist Siobhan Scott is here to examine what happens inside a family system when one member's dysfunction becomes the organizing principle of everyone's life, and why the people who love the hardest sometimes enable the most. Siobhan, thank you for joining us. I've been looking forward to this conversation over the holiday break as we've been kind of thinking about all this. When one child in a family has severe addiction or mental health issues, how does the entire family system kind of reorganize themselves around that person? What happens to that structure, the roles, and the emotional energy of a family when this sort of chaos is going on?
It changes everything for everybody in the family. Now, I think families can handle it one of two ways. There are families who really don't understand mental illness, and they cut the, we'll say the adolescent, because that's when people generally become symptomatic. They cut them off. And they basically cut all ties. They don't give them money. They don't engage with them. The sick person goes out into the street, lives a homeless lifestyle, and the family just sort of carries on and erases them. So that's one pattern that you see. And then the other pattern is what I think we're seeing here, where the parents become incredibly enmeshed and put all their time and energy and money into trying to save them. And as we've seen here.
Okay, so this is just a clip from what we saw. But this video is longer, so there's more.
Disease underneath. Psychotherapist Siobhan Scott is with us to examine what schizophrenia actually is, how it interacts with substance abuse, and why years of expensive treatment may have been treating the wrong problem. I guess it's kind of the chicken before the egg question, Siobhan. When someone has schizophrenia and you have addiction, the two can certainly work.
So this is the question for you, chat. Do you think you can drug yourself into schizophrenia, or is it just schizophrenia symptoms? Schizophrenia-like symptoms. What do you think? Can you drug yourself into it? One is you can. Two, no, it's just mimicking it. It's really, you either have it or you don't from birth. So one is you can drug yourself. Two is no, it's only mimicking it.
Hand in hand with one another, but how do you even go about treating that when the both are wildly active in that person's life?
Yeah, I can say again the thing that jumped out at me. Wilderness programs for a person with schizophrenia are a very bad idea because they're very stressful. They don't acknowledge the mental health piece at all. So I can say that one, that was a bad call. That did not help. As far as the other programs, the inpatient programs, most programs now do recognize the co-occurring disorders of a potential psychotic mental illness along with drug abuse. Most do screen for that. Now, we don't know in this case, we don't have the list of the programs he was in, but certainly when you get into the $50,000, $70,000 a month ones, they've got psychiatrists and they are looking at psychological testing. They are trying to take it apart, tease it apart, and treat both.
So my answer would be, I think for the most part, number two, that mostly it will mimic it. But maybe in rare cases, very rare cases, mind you, with enough acid or, probably acid, maybe meth, but maybe most likely acid, probably. I think of like Sid Barrett, for example. But Sid Barrett might have already had it. But I think in rare cases, it can turn into like a schizophrenia. But for the most part, I think it's more symptoms. It's more mimics. For the most part.
But yes, you do have to treat the mental illness piece, usually before you see any progress on treating the substance abuse, because just as you said, people are often self-medicating. Not to mention when they're psychotic, they have no judgment. So if they're learning tools to stay clean and get off drugs, they're not able to apply them until the mental illness piece is addressed.
I think one of the big questions a lot of people have about this is $70,000 a month. How is this not an inpatient program? Like, why is he in the guest house, especially if you're changing medications?
Damn good question. $70,000 a month and it's not even a inpatient rehab? What?
Now, many of us who have been on different medications and such, you handle it on your own at home, but we're not also paying 70 grand for these sort of care. That to me, I think is kind of shocking, especially if you have schizophrenia, you're changing medications, the window is open for things to go horribly wrong, even if nobody wants it to go horribly wrong. Let's say he's just changing meds and there aren't other drugs involved here. I don't know that that's the case, but for the sake of the argument, let's say that. Things can still go horribly wrong when you're changing medications by the way that they interact with the individual. What was your reaction to that? The fact that he's sitting at home and basically the direct caregivers are the 78-year-old film director and the 70-year-old mom. And this is what they're dealing with.
The way that things work, typically you have an outpatient psychiatrist and there's an inpatient program, and they're separate. And I would guess that the 70 a month was the inpatient program.
So a quick story about Sid Barrett, and there's speculation about this, but I think in the year 1969, might have been 70 or 71, but probably 69. There was a wave of like extra powerful acid that was going around at certain parties. You can look up this story, that it's a thing. And certain people took that acid and never came back. And Sid Barrett was one of those people. I tend to think Sid Barrett already was susceptible and has schizophrenia. Then he took this like 10 times more powerful than normal acid, and he was gone, baby, gone. And you never heard from him again. Like he was the other members of Pink Floyd, David Gilmour, Roger Waters, Nick Mason, they would try to stay in contact with him, but he just had no interest. I think he lived with his mother and he tended to his garden, and then he died late 90s, I believe, maybe early 2000s, but that was his life. So if you look up that story, other people took it too. But I think the people, as Sam Harris would say, some people, you can't afford to tug on the lever of sanity at all, because the slightest tug can push them over the edge. And Sid Barrett might have been one of that type. Just a fun little history thing there.
I've never heard of an outpatient program costing that much. And so they operate separately. Often there's an exchange of information, but was it the outpatient doctor that chose to change medication? And we, as you say, we don't really know what was going on with that, because that would come out in court. Look at his medical records and you'd know exactly what meds he was on and what the protocol was and why it was changed, what the rationale for that was. And doctors tend to be very cautious about that. So again, I just throw in, was he doing a little meth on the side? And was that really what caused this aberrant behavior? That would be more likely from my clinical point of view. But people who have schizophrenia all the time have their meds adjusted or changed by an outpatient doctor. You don't usually go into the hospital for that. And again, if treatment is voluntary, he could have just left at any time. So
is there any risk of a clinician being held somewhat accountable for any of this? Or like you're saying, this is a normal thing that medications get tweaked?
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to hold them responsible, are we?
I would think not. I mean, anytime there's a murder or bad outcome from someone who was in treatment, people can go after anybody who had anything to do with that person. But that's generally not a case that they're going to win, as long as there was a solid clinical rationale, records were kept, and there was a reason that the protocol was followed the way it was.
I mean, again, only in extremely rare cases, I think, will psychiatrists and people prescribing medications be held accountable or liable, I should say. It's just not likely, because there's too much room for user error a lot of times. And when there's user error, that takes the psychiatrist off the hook. But I would, on a side note though, I think about the people that get prescribed benzos. Benzos are super strong, and it's one of the only withdrawals that can kill you. Alcohol and benzo withdrawal that both affect the GABA receptors, GABA A, they're the only withdrawals that can kill you. So people that get prescribed benzos, Xanax, Klonopin, Ativan, Valium, you got to be super careful with those things. And I would wonder what the protocols are for even prescribing it, especially long term.
As long as the clinician is doing good work and can prove in front of a judge, this is what I did, this is why I did it, this is the standard protocol for these symptoms, I wouldn't see that anybody would successfully sue them. But yeah, anybody who had a hand in his treatment could be sued feasibly. It doesn't mean that it's going to go anywhere.
Yeah, especially when you look at it and go, okay, well, we were administering this with our control of what we're able to do. We can't account for if he's going to go use meth on the side.
Yeah.
It's like that pretty much throws everything, to the wind. How difficult is it? Nick started using drugs allegedly at 15 years old. At least that's when it became a problem. I'm going to guess it probably started earlier. But he wasn't diagnosed with schizophrenia until many years later. How common is it that the addiction is looked at, the abuse of drugs is looked at and worked on for treatment rather than the underlying issue of, in this case, schizophrenia or other mental illnesses, especially in young people? How difficult is it to diagnose that when you have the drugs involved? And those seem to be the glaring issue. But in reality, it's basically self-medication through the drugs to deal with a mental illness on an individual level.
That's an excellent question, because meth can mimic schizophrenia. And that's the one drug that really makes it look like a person is schizophrenic. And you don't know, sometimes we never know, is it really schizophrenia, or is it something that looks very much, it's brain damage, basically. It looks very much like schizophrenia. It acts like schizophrenia. But if this person had never used meth, it never would have developed.
Exactly right. So that's the discussion we were having a few minutes ago.
And so I think we've all worked with cases where if there was meth use involved,
Thank you very much for this Forget Me. Definitely appreciate your support. Awesome of you to do this. And all of the comments. You've been here for a while, so I appreciate that.
sometimes you end up going with the schizophrenia diagnosis because after a period of time, that's what fits the best. It meets that criteria. And maybe they haven't used meth in a long time, so it's not longer an active substance that they're abusing. But sometimes we never know. And I had a friend who had a son that was a heavy meth user. He ended up in a state hospital. He ended up in prison. He's been all over the place, bumped around. It's my personal belief that he never would have developed the schizophrenia without the meth.
Interesting.
Wow.
Let me ask you this. Obviously, we look at our homeless populations and such, and 90-some%, it's underlying mental health issues that are going on. Then you have addiction that's mixed in there, self-medicating to survive. What kind of barriers exist? And I don't know the answer to this question, so I'm not posing it as let's expose this. I just don't know. Exist in our world, if you will, for individuals with mental health problems, mental illnesses, to get the prescription medication that could actually help them versus going to the drugs on the street. I mean, obviously the drugs on the street are a little bit easier probably to get, and I don't know if they're necessarily cheaper, but that seems to be an interesting thing to me. If we had, I'm just asking, if there was more access to actually sanctioned prescription medication for mental health issues, for those that are suffering, those on the streets, Do you see that being a way to improve it? Or are there options? Are there ways for doing this? Obviously, getting people to take their medication and stay on their medication is a whole other thing, too. But obviously, it doesn't seem to be that big of a problem for them to be taking non-prescription medication, illicit street drugs. Seem to be kind of
so for all the people I've heard talk about this as doctors, I think this woman, she's done a pretty good job. I think I pretty much agree with almost everything she said. The only thing I'm skeptical of is the slam dunk of schizophrenia diagnosis. But outside of that, all of her other thoughts, I think are right on the money.
Score it versus the prescription.
Yeah, and illicit street drugs, you can trade sex for illicit street drugs. So it's very easy to get illicit street drugs. In actuality, I used to work in a community mental health center in a relatively small town in California. We saw so many patients for medication, and many of them were homeless. The difficulty is that there's something called anosognosia. They don't realize that they're ill, and this is part of the illness. And so they decline treatment. We have in every community, there's some access to a behavioral health services. It's funded by the counties. In some cases, it works better than others, depending on the location. Should we do more with that? But we've even got homeless outreach teams, even in that small town, and certainly where I live in Portland, much more so, who go out, people who are trained social workers who go out and try to engage the people. Please come into the clinic. We want to help you there. We've got things that we can do for you. They don't want that.
Yeah.
And there's no law with teeth that says you can mandate them to come in. And even if you get them in, they may say, but I would do intakes with people. I don't want drugs. I don't want to do that. I like what I'm doing out on the street. And they wouldn't even call it being homeless. They'd call it camping. I like camping. In a way, it looks to me like.
And she's speaking to one of the biggest problems with mental health and addiction is a lot of people just aren't willing to change. They're not willing to do something different, or they don't think they have a problem. And again, that's where partly you have to it's just so hard if they don't want to see it. It's so difficult. But if they were to get help, maybe they can look back and say, oh yeah, I wasn't really doing too good there. I thought I was, but I really wasn't. That can be the case too, of course. But this is the struggle. This is a struggle with a lot of homeless people in a lot of cities. I've talked to a lot of them, but one of the things I used to do in my late 20s, early 30s, when I was in my drinking phases, I'd go get drunk and I'd wander around the streets of Philadelphia, and I'd wander and I'd plop myself next to the younger homeless folks sometimes. And there'd be a guy and a woman. This woman, I'll never forget her. She was like 20-something, young and attractive too. You don't necessarily see that as much, but it was a thing. And she was on the streets, and I was talking to her about why she was there. And she was there because she was a heroin addict who was bipolar, and she would basically use heroin to self-medicate. The deal was she had a place to go, but the deal was she had to be clean, and she didn't want to be clean. So there she was. But I would have these drunken conversations with them as they were on the street. I'd give them some money, but what I did for fun back in the day.
Like a miserable life, but because they're not in their right mind, because they're psychotic, this is what they're choosing. And so until we can change the laws that require people to get off the streets, that require people to get into a program, that say you either do this program and you follow the recommended medication regimen, or there's some kind of negative consequence for you, like maybe you go to jail. People choose not to do it. And that's really what's fueling what we see as the homeless crisis.
All the more reason to have involuntary programs where you have no choice. You have to get this and do this. And the bar, right there, the negative consequences. One may look at the way that they're living and go, isn't that negative consequence enough? No, I mean, that's a perfect example of what you just said there, of how they will justify.
I got some stories about Kensington too. I mean, there's one of my drug nights, even I was on several things. I'm lucky I didn't die this night, but I was drunk And then I stumbled towards Kensington, and I was looking for like dope to do. And I found this this house of a dude that was a former criminal. And what he would like have, it was like a safe house, not quite a crack house, but a safe house just for hooligans, basically hooligans like me. And I'd be there, and a lot of the hooligans were kind of leeches as well, and they were looking for money. But I'll never forget, there was this pregnant woman there as well that was looking for crack. And I'll never forget that. And so I was there this night, this place, because at this point, I wasn't the kind of addict that was like in that cycle. I would like binge it though. I would like go for a binge occasionally and act out. And when I was in those acting out phases, I would see some wild stuff. And it's a whole different world that a lot of people they just can't relate to. But it's out there. It's not that, Kensington's not very far from me. 45 minutes, maybe 30 minutes even, depending on the time of day.
In their minds how the addiction works and how the addiction tells them this is okay. Camping. I'm camping.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, but somebody who says that they're camping, maybe they're okay with it. Maybe they're making it work. I mean, is it okay for some people to, this sounds cold, but to be living on the streets? That's better for them.
Well, I don't think it's compassionate. I mean, because they don't have and a lot of them die on the streets, you know, freezing to death. And I think that's where we get into this ethical quagmire of, do people have the right to die that way when they don't have the brain that's working well enough to let them know that, you know, there is a better life for you. You don't have to do this. And if they were not psychotic or not so influenced by drugs, that they could see, oh, there is a better way to live. And there are people who get off the streets. You know, we shouldn't say they never do. There are times that they're contacted by a social worker, they get into treatment, they get on meds, they get into subsidized housing, and they go on and have good lives.
Absolutely.
So it does happen. But, you know, the other case, when they're out on the streets, are they violent? Are they yelling at passerbys? Are they defecating on the sidewalk? I mean, it really gets into, you know, for the rest of us, what's a safety factor and what's happening in major urban areas with people camping all over the place.
Yeah.
You know, it's a
and what
problem.
kind of a world do the rest of us who want to participate in the civilized version of society want to accept and say, this is civilized? Obviously, addiction is a disease that basically destroys motivation, which, you know, eventually it puts people in that mindset of, you know, they're camping. I'm out here camping, you know, and because there's no
Kensington's North Philly, basically. So there's Center City, and it's kind of like North Philly. Not that far even from Center City, but it's basically an open air drug market. Drugs aren't legal there, but you would have a hard time knowing that. And you'll see there's people there that are bent over. A lot of them are doing fentanyl or other things like that. And like the drugs are different now too. Like it's just super dangerous. Everything can be laced with fentanyl. And when it's laced with fentanyl, that's where you see the ODs. Much more likely to OD. It's a game of Russian roulette out there now. And you just don't know what's in what. But it's a wild place. It's a surreal place. And you know, a lot of them have mental health stuff going on. I mean, most of them aren't violent. Occasionally one might be, but most of them aren't violent. They're just self-medicating whatever they have going on.
motivation to get better because they don't see that there is a way to get better. This is all there is. And eventually, without any sort of assistance, you just die. But that's where it's the responsible folks in the ether need to stand up and go, okay.
Of course, drug addicts can be violent. I'm saying many of them are not violent. That's what I'm saying.
Let's not pretend that this is a problem and that they are somehow going to get better on their own. They're not. After the medication change, people were around Nick saying he was acting erratic and dangerous, that he was out of his head. obviously nobody stepped in time to do anything. I mean, how common is that where somebody is going through a med change or something like this? And
here's the thing to think about. Someone like Lonnie Bancroft would say, it's not like he thinks it's a myth that alcohol or drugs would make someone abusive. He would say that person's already abusive. Alcohol and drugs just amplify what's already there. To which I get what he's saying with that. I totally get what he's saying with that. Now, there's addicts out there that are abusive? Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, many of the heroin people on Kensington, if you had to like line them up, 100 of them, how many of them are violent or abusive? I really don't know. I'd say smaller than half would be violent, though. I would say maybe 25%, maybe. But it's so difficult. It's so difficult to know, and it depends. There's many versions of addicts, right? Many of them are no longer functional. They're like if you watch the show The Wire, for example, or you watch the show Train Spotting, would you consider those guys abusive? Or Requiem for a Dream? Were those guys abusive physically? I mean, generally not. Generally not, right? A lot of them they're just fiending for drugs. That was their thing. But of course, there's also like alcoholics are abusive. Stimulant people can become very violent for sure.
And they're out of their head, and everybody just kind of stands back and holds their breath and goes, hopefully this too passes, until it doesn't.
They may have, as you said, they may have become desensitized to it and saw it as, well, we can manage this. This is just something that we live with. And then the other thought I had about leaving people on the streets that I want to throw in is the numbers of women that are sexually victimized is horrendous. And that's another thing that, people get used to living that way. And it's not compassionate to let that go on. And there are predatory people among the homeless population who victimize other people. And some of them do get Social Security checks, and they're robbed, every time that check is picked up. And so, I think we've got to come up with involuntary assisted outpatient treatment just out of compassion. I firmly believe that. Now,
I would agree with that. And I would just take it to the step further, inpatient. And in terms of sexual violence, there's probably much more of that, like sexual assaults. I would say there's probably more of that out there, even than in the drug community, than actual physical violence. There's the sexual part. Absolutely. That can absolutely happen. But again, a lot of the times it depends. A lot of the dopers aren't thinking about sex. They're thinking about dope. The dope kills their sex drive a lot of times. So the dope becomes a thing. But even so, I mean, like I said, a lot of women, they'll sell themselves for drugs. The guys may have to go gay for pay, but it certainly happens too.
People that'll argue the other side that you never should take people's rights away.
How well is that working out for you?
Yeah, it's if it were me, if I woke up one day with psychosis and it said, I'm going to go camp on the streets and be sexually victimized. No, somebody please come in and involuntarily hospitalize me, rescue me. I don't think anybody in their right mind wants to live that way.
And that's a very good analogy. It's a very good way of putting it. And I don't think a lot of people think of it that way, is if something were to go wrong mentally, which it could for any of us, things happen. And what do you want to have happen? Do you want everybody around you to go, no, you have rights. You have every right to be as crazy as you want to be. I don't think I'm crazy. You're right. You're not. You do whatever you want. If you think camping down by the river and getting raped every night is the best solution, that's your choice. No, this is fucking insane.
Yeah.
If the sane people are like, no, we're not going to do this to human beings because we're human, it feels inhuman to just stand to the side and go, well, they have rights, they can do whatever they want, they have their own autonomy. That's like the opposite of compassionate. That's the definition of callously cold and heartless.
Yeah.
But under the guise of compassion.
So here's the thing with the dopers in particular. This isn't true of the other things, but the dopers, they're nodding off. Like if you see the people in Kensington when they're actually under the influence, they're not doing much. They're basically walking zombies is what they're considered. And when you're in that walking zombie state, you're not really having much sex in that state. Now, the danger would be for women in that state, something happening to them from people that maybe aren't other users, but just plain predators. Yes, that would be more of the danger, I would say.
Care. It swung so far one other way. Reality is more in the middle here.
Yeah.
Yes, we certainly don't want to go back to the poor farm system of days gone by where someone could just get rid of their spouse because they want to have.
So for an addict that hasn't gotten their fix, that is number one above all else, like period. To a lot of addicts, like even for men, even for young guys, sex is just no longer even a thought. It's just all about drug. It's the drug. The drug is it. And then once they get the drug, everything's good. But outside of that, it's like, it fades. Because I think dope messes with your hormones. It messes with your testosterone, DHT, all of that, right?
Have an affair, and she's crazy. Lock her up. But we also don't want this system where everyone's hands are tied while their loved ones slowly die. But that's
100%. 100%.
I'm looking something up here, you guys. I don't know if this is accurate from our chat section. Alan Jackson is off the case.
I have no idea. The night before Rob and Michelle Reiner were killed, they took Nick to Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. Sources say Nick got into a loud argument with his father. His behavior was erratic enough that at least one guest considered calling 911. That Conan O'Brien himself allegedly intervened, saying it was his party and police would be called. Hours later, Rob and Michelle were dead. But the warning signs didn't start that night. Sources say the family had been scared of Nick for years, that they had violent outbursts, that he could be aggressive and unpredictable. One of his childhood yoga instructors described him as very, very intense and so disruptive that Michelle had to arrange private sessions. A law enforcement source told reporters that conservatorship proceedings were in the works at the time of the deaths. The question isn't whether there were red flags. There were plenty. The question is, why was nothing done? Why a family that clearly sensed danger couldn't or wouldn't take the steps necessary to protect themselves? Why the professionals involved didn't intervene more aggressively? Why the system that was supposed to help Nick was still trying to stabilize his medication while his parents slept in a bedroom that he could walk into anytime? Siobhan Scott is with a psychotherapist and author to help us break down this.
Psychotherapist, not psychiatrist. I imagine they would say psychiatrist if she was.
End of it. Siobhan, sources are saying that the Reiner family have been scared of Nick for years, of the violent outbursts, that he was aggressive and unpredictable. When a family is living in that kind of fear, what sort of psychological mechanisms allow them to stay in the situation rather than actually taking any sort of protective action?
I think there's often, unrealistic hope. There's denial that, we can manage this, and they get used to the behavior over time, where a person, an outsider might walk into the situation and go, whoa, this is way off. This is abnormal. This feels scary. They're used to it. And they've sort of developed this tolerance for behavior that really they shouldn't be tolerating. Mm-hmm. But the other thing I wanted to mention, handing him $10,000 a month was a very bad idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What in the world was he doing with that money? I mean, my gosh,
of course, that was a terrible idea to give an active addict for nothing.
I've never made half of that in a month. I can't imagine how you would even spend that.
I'm going to guess drugs.
I made half of that in a month. 5,000.
I would
Wild
guess.
guess.
I would guess. Yeah.
All the meth you can eat.
Yeah. So when you look at their perspective, I don't know if they were getting any professional help on this, but I can't imagine a professional saying, "Oh, that's a really good idea. Hand him a bunch of cash."
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine 10 grand a month would have gone very far though. In the drug world, I don't know what drugs cost, but
No,
Meth
don't know.
is cheap. Meth is
correct. Meth is cheap. You don't need that much money to do meth. Dope, on the other hand, can get expensive. It's because your tolerance goes up and it takes more and more. People need to shoot like freaking 5 bags at a time to get anything. Cocaine, if you're doing cocaine, that's an expensive drug. Crack gets expensive because of the nature of the drug. It only lasts 10 minutes. And then you just need more. And so it can turn into a lot. But what makes meth dangerous is smaller doses generally that last a long time, like 12 hours at a time. So you can do some meth for a long time and not spend that much money.
cheap.
Is it?
And there's a lot, unfortunately. Yeah.
I think
which is
10,
why
10
there's so
grand of
much
meth
it.
would probably kill you if you were spending it 100% on meth. I don't know. I guess
That's
it depends
how
on your
touched I am
tolerance.
about drugs.
Or if it's for
Here's the word. I think like a gram of meth. It's like $20 if I had to guess. I think it's like $20. And what would happen from there, it might even be sold in smaller doses. Like grams of cocaine used to be $50, probably even raised with inflation now. Meth, different. But like, you don't need like that much. So a gram of meth, that could probably last you. That might even last you like 3 to 5 days, just a gram.
from Walter White, the real good stuff.
Yeah.
I when we talk about this sort of situation, there's the phenomena in a lot of families where it's I never thought he'd actually do it. Never thought it would go that far after something terrible happens. What is happening, cognitively when people minimize the danger from someone that they love? Is it denial? Is it hope? Is it something else? Is it basically being conditioned by the addict to believe everything's happy and lovely in addict land?
Denial is powerful, and sometimes that denial and hope are twined together, and it's that sense of I can go on in this situation as long as I've got hope that they visualize the future when the family is normal again, when Nick, I don't know what all their fantasies were, but I'm guessing that they were holding on to fantasies. It's just sort of a coping mechanism that they have. And not everybody does it to the same degree, but it sounds like in this case, they didn't have a realistic perspective on him and how to manage it and what danger they were in.
Well, it had been going on for so long. They were probably just steeped in it. Nothing was going to change.
Yeah, kind of immune to it.
There's certainly a lot of, coulda, shoulda, woulda that everybody looks at in a situation like this. And in no way am I blaming anyone. I don't think anybody, at that party, necessarily did anything wrong or incorrect. I mean, you could look back and go, well, maybe this would have been helpful. Maybe you just don't know. At Conan O'Brien's party, Nick's behavior was so alarming that someone considered calling 911. The allegation is that someone said, no, don't, they're going to handle it, deal with it. People who are in this sort of a situation where they're so alarmed that, oh my God, like someone should call 911. And maybe Nick or Michelle and Rob didn't see the forest before the trees because they were so used to it, but others were certainly seeing it. What do you think should have happened in that moment at that party? Should 911 have been called? And I guess, again, I'm not saying it to...
Good questions here. These are all the pressing questions I actually had. I was going to shut this down like half hour ago, but these questions were too good to ignore.
to shame anybody. I'm just saying it for anyone else listening out there, where if they happen to find themselves in a situation going, someone should call 911.
Yeah.
Should probably do it.
Probably
Should it just
do
be
it.
done? No
Yeah.
matter what anybody says, just do it.
And there are so many images, photos of him showing up all over the internet in different settings. He's got a look. He's got a look in his eyes. And I think that sets off our own inner alarm system when you see somebody with that stare. And
look at her, she's speaking my language. So she's saying she sees the look. What's the look? The impaired lack of empathy look? That the person's like the kind of dead behind the eyes look? We heard he had a maniacal smile in court. Maybe a narcissistic smirk. Not good, not good, not good.
Red flag that a lot of people are trained to ignore.
Yeah. But when you see someone with this sort of aggressive or predatory look, this odd kind of stare, and if they're coming up to people and verbally being aggressive, they need to be evaluated. And 911 is the fastest response. There are also, in most communities, there are behavioral health outreach crisis numbers you can call. Often they come out with the police. We need more programs like that. Ideally, the police come out with a mental health person and they work as a team to evaluate what's really going on. But you see that look on his face right there. And that in all these images I see, that's kind of...
I mean, this is probably like the worst photo of him of all, is this one. This is the one, Kat, you said when I used this photo, I did Nick Reiner dirty. But I mean, look at it, even in comparison. Oh, very smiley Jake. Romy's like, I'm sitting next to my brother here. I'm going to lean towards my mother away from his crazy ass. And then mother doesn't really look very happy. Rob, happier. It's hard to read what Romy's thinking here. Maybe a little nervous, uncomfortable, perhaps. But Nick, he just looks like something's up. Something's just not quite right here. Troubled.
Of a red flag for psychosis to me. There's just a different look a person has. And so, yes, but people often don't realize that. They don't know what they're seeing. They realize that they're feeling threatened or somebody's kind of creepy and behaving strangely. I'm pretty quick to call 911 at this point when I see signs of somebody who's acting bizarrely out in public. I was out at a class a few weeks ago, and it was in a dark strip mall, and there was a young woman walking around yelling at the air, and she had, I would say, about a 3-year-old child with her. And I was with a group of women, and everybody was kind of freaked out and said, that's really not very good. It was cold out, and walking around yelling in the air in a dark parking lot at night with a little kid. I went right to my car and called 911. And they said, great, we'll have an officer come out and see what's going on with her. So better safe than sorry. And use the word if you know that someone carries a diagnosis of schizophrenia. When you call 911, say schizophrenia, say psychosis, give a description of somebody's behavior. Because, Stacey, I think you mentioned a few weeks ago, do the police know how to handle this? And a very high percentage of shootings are because the police come out, the person becomes threatening, they don't follow the commands, and police are trained to shoot threatening people. And so that's, I think, in an ideal world, why we want to do lots of training with police about mental illness. We're doing a good job in some areas, not so good in other areas, and pair them with a mental health worker. That's also a job I've done before.
And let me be a little bit of a devil's advocate here. So you're at Conan O'Brien's party. Let's just, I don't know that this happened, but let's just say Bill Hader is like, what the F is this guy doing? He came up to me and he's in a personal conversation. I'm going to duck out, back by the kitchen and call the police. Can you imagine what Hollywood?
And Flash in the chat there made a good point there. Unless that picture was taken post med change, he looks extremely troubled, probably pre-med change. Keep that in mind.
might have done to Bill Hader if he had done that. So I'm assuming everybody at the party is like, they're very uncomfortable, but this is Rob Reiner's kid. I'm not calling the cops on him. So there must have been so much pressure that people were feeling this angst, like this is not good, but I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Well, I want to add. I want to add to that because we don't know who is the one who talked about calling 911 at all.
Right.
But the thing with it is, what would have happened if they called 911? I mean, and I think there might be a level too of being conditioned to a certain extent of when you do call 911 on an individual like this, that unless they are actively involved at that moment in time in being a danger to themselves or others, there's not a lot that can be done. And folks like this, I mean, unless he's in an active state of psychosis, which he may have been, we don't know the answer to that for sure. And
that's a good point too. So say they do call 911. What do they even do? Probably nothing. Unless he's gotten violent or threatened to hurt himself or others, they're not going to do anything. They'll probably just tell him to leave. Or they'll ask the house owner, Conan, is he okay to stay here? That's probably what they would do. Or they would tell him to go home. That's it. They're not going to commit him. They probably wouldn't even put him in for the 72-hour stay. So without the authority or power to do something, calling 911 just wouldn't do much.
They're great manipulators, and they're great when, accountability shows up to be like, just kidding, everything's good, and being able to play it off and getting that accountability, those authorities to go away. And then guess who's left? The person who called the police and the potentially dangerous, violent individual. So you're kind of rolling the dice a little bit there too, hoping to God that the police are going to come in and you're going to get someone who's qualified enough to recognize it for the danger of the situation that it is, and not just be like, not much I can do here.
Yeah, the police can, if there's any evidence that the person is psychotic and behaving in a manner that's scaring people, the police can take them into a hospital for a mental health eval. And that doesn't mean that they're going to be held, but then you at least get a clinician's eyes on them. And that's another thing I've done in the past. I've been the clinician who evaluates, is this person psychotic? Are they dangerous? And can I write a hold? And yes, the holds are only good for 72 hours, but at least you may diffuse an immediate crisis situation. So it's worth doing. But so even if they can't arrest them and take them to jail, they can take them into a hospital and have them evaluated.
Let's talk about those 72-hour holds for a moment, because it's kind of like a ticking time bomb that you're waiting to go off once that person is in that sort of a hold. Because after that, it's like, well, what do you do then? Especially if they've calmed down, they're out of the mania of that moment, and they're presenting in a certain way that facility is like, okay, you're good to go. And I'll tell you, I have experience in it. I've had to put some people in 72-hour holds before because of psychotic behavior, as being dangers to myself and others. And they calm down.
An interesting perspective here from Tony. I wonder who he has had to put in a 72-hour hold.
Experience has been the facility within 24 hours is already looking for a way to get him kicked out of there, because they just want to get the beds and keep that transition going. Beyond the 72-hour hold, if you're the loved one and you're like, this person's not good, they're not going to, they may be able to present well enough to get out shortly, but that person needs more help. What do you do as the person who cares about that person that has the mental health problems, and you're just waiting for them to be released back into the world?
Yeah, this is another hole in the system. This is another weak point.
And this is the $1 million question. What do you do? What do you do? What if you call the cop on the dude who killed Irina in North Carolina on the train? What do you do? How do you prove he's dangerous?
Because if the law says you have to let them go after 72 hours or 12 hours, if as you say, they're manipulative enough to clear up and say the right things, and oh, I'm not going to hurt anybody and I'm not going to hurt myself, and they don't seem to be actively psychotic at that point. I've seen people released much sooner. That's a problem. That's a problem. Now, in some states, and again, it varies from place to place, in some states, if the staff really feels like after 72 hours, they're not stable, they're not ready to get out, they can go to court and petition to have them held longer. But again, it's time limited. They might get another week or 2 weeks, of time in the hospital. So sometimes if there are means and the person is willing, they can do the 72-hour hold and then transfer to a private psych hospital, if there is one around that you can get them in, because we don't have enough psych hospitals. So it's a big frustration for people who work in the system.
And another fun part of it, from my experience, was, okay, you're going through hell because the person's losing their mind and are in danger. And then you get into the psych place, and then the first thing you get is the call from the psych place's billing department going, hey, let's cut a deal right now. If you pay right in advance, we're going to give you a better, and it becomes suddenly like you're bartering for a used car, when it's more like, let's keep this person safe and us safe. But then you're like, oh, well, now money's going to be a factor. And if you have the means to do it, lovely. If most don't, because it's insanely expensive, then you get it go that, like, well, is it worth $5,000 this week to not be possibly murdered? Or should I take my chances? Because that's the other piece of this puzzle, that it's not just, okay, it's free and clear, let's go get this person help. It's like, nope, now we're going to go empty your savings. And it's just such a broken, disgusting system all around. So many.
It's horrifying. And I worked in community mental health and in various aspects, from crisis and going out with the police to assessing the people once they were brought in. I did that for a decade. And really, it was the most incredibly stressful job. I've done lots of difficult work, including forensics and other things, but that really made me ill because of all these issues that we're talking about today. Because I'm a person with, I think high integrity, and I like to see things work well, and I like to see good outcomes. And you just didn't. We just couldn't make it happen so much of the time, and it really made me sick.
It feels like we could get there, but we have so many things in our way and so many bureaucratic issues within the system that prevent it from getting where we need it to go. And none of them are in the interest of the patient or the general public. It's at the end of the day, it seems to come down to a lot of money more than anything else.
Money, and I also think there's still ignorance. There's still so many people who don't understand the toxicity of meth. A lot of people are still experimenting with it. I'm not one of these people that just raves against drug abuse constantly, but when it comes to meth, I do. It's like the consequences for your brain can be lifelong. I don't think people understand that. And
it's after one use too. It's not
can
just
be.
dabbling.
It can be. It can be. And then the other thing, people don't understand mental illness. They don't know what schizophrenia is. I put an article on Substack last week because I could just see the buzz. People didn't get it. What's the difference between a psychopath and psychotic? And it's like, it's critical that we understand the difference, because that's how you some people need to go to jail. Some people need to be in a mental hospital and have meds.
That's a good question to ask her. I'll invite her on the show. The first question will be, okay, what's the difference between psychopathic and psychotic? Go.
And we need dual disorder treatment and all these things that we can't lobby for better laws until we all understand what we're talking about. And
thank you very much for this. To Thrive. Evening, Jared. Was Nick homeless as a teenager during high school? Wonder if the parents tried to forcibly admit him as a minor. Do you know of this? I think he was homeless at times as a teenager. I know he said he didn't go to high school. Like, a lot of his high school was going to rehab. So temporarily he was. And so, like, rehab was him being forcibly admitted to those places. Thank you again, To Thrive.
That's why I think this show is so important, because that's what you're trying to do here.
I agree. You can check out Siobhan's Substack. It is. I recommended you. I have one recommendation on my Substack, and it's you.
I've been noticing a little uptick there.
If you want to follow Siobhan's Substack, follow our Substack. The link is in the description, and you can find it. Siobhan's right there. Great writing, by the way. I did enjoy that. Want to get your thoughts on all of this? You can leave your thoughts in the comments on YouTube or on our Substack. Be sure to check that out. Like I said, the link's in the comments, and press subscribe wherever you're listening to this or watching.
Thank you very much for this, Eva. I'm making sure I pronounced your name correctly. I was saying it wrong before. But thank you, Eva. I appreciate it very much. Tigress, thank you very much for this as well. I've appreciated all of your sharing and vulnerability in the chat as well, talking about the things you've been through. We've been through some similar experiences, so I can definitely appreciate that. Thank you again.
This right now, Siobhan's latest book, Nightbird. It's her memoir. It's available wherever books are sold.
Oh, there you go. So if you like her, this would be my homework. If I invite her on, I got to read this book titled Nightbird. Is that a playoff of Night Owl? I have to run by her my theory of night owls to see if she agrees.
Please do go and check that out. Until next time, for Siobhan, for Todd, for Stacy, I'm Tony Bruschi. We'll talk again real soon.
Always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure listening to the old Tony Bruschi. I agree with a lot of what he says. I got so many books to read for all of these future guests as well. Holy mackerel. But again, before I close it down, Connor Beaton, the guy from Man Talks, I'm talking to him this week. Dr. Salerno the week after that. Mike King the week after that. Then I got to schedule some more. They're coming around. Yes, Kat, I'm tired. Long stream for me. I've had to flex my streaming muscle. Yes, I do. I do, Tony. It's hard for me to read nonfiction now. Fiction flies off the page, but nonfiction can be dry and it can be like boring to read sometimes. But there's something magical about fiction that's so much easier to read. It's a damn good question to thrive, I think. It's hard. I mean, maybe he got the mental disturbances made him like so awkward where he couldn't even have friends, maybe. Like, it's almost like sounds he was being stubborn. He wanted to do what he wanted to do, even if it meant he was homeless. But then when he was homeless, he hated it. And Brenda, thank you for becoming a member here, Brenda. I might think about doing some, at some point, member only live streams perhaps as like a bonus kind of thing. So let me know if you'd be interested in that kind of thing. I can offer that for the members. Super chats and memberships are two ways to support the channel. I'm very grateful when anyone does. But all right, guys, I'm tired now. My social battery has run out. And you can see in me, right? In the beginning of these, I can be all sprightly and fiery. And then by the 4 hour and 25 mark, it's like, man, fading out. Nope. I thought you were too late for a minute, Amina, because I was wondering if I was going to end it. But you've been here for over an hour now, I think. So you weren't too late. And I appreciate you stopping by. And I appreciate everyone who stopped by. It's always great to have a great chat and a great flock of black sheep here. And I'll probably be back again tomorrow night. So with that, over and out. That's a good one to end it on. Thank you very much for this to thrive. Thanks, Jared. And good night, black sheep. Amen. Say it again. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.